loss. Cameroon
wind that we have experienced. The warm sun, it's not as warm as we've had before, but that'll play a role in terms of drying this pitch out, this strong wind that we're having. But we've got a special guest this morning, the big Bow Mag. And more on that, I'll ask our groundsman Brendan Frost to join me. Good morning, Brendan. Gun's not out today, I see.
No, it's nice and cold today.
Brendan, now many people wouldn't know, but how many hours go into using that Bow Mag to prepare a pitch like this?
Well, on this one I used about 15 hours with a 2.5 ton.
The question I've been asked, now the guys have had 4 days on strip 1. Do they then carry on their game and their understanding of that surface to this one?
Well, not really. It's a new wicket, so it could be different a little bit from the last one.
Now the strip on day 1 that we saw there, this to me, there's hardly any of those hairline fractures, a touch more grass, accepted. So whoever's bowling this morning, fair to say they should get a bit of movement.
Yeah, that's correct in it. So it's a little bit more grass. So I'm happy with it.
Well, Brendan, thanks very much. And if I was a captain looking to bowl first, I think this is an ideal opportunity to get a bit of movement. And for the spinners, if I just look at where they would be pitching the ball, we've had more bounce than turn. But by and large, I have to say, once it's got a bit of sun, come day 2, come day 3, even this afternoon, it should still be good for batting.
It certainly looks a belter of a pitch. It looks a whole lot better than the first one, I must say, just from the surface itself. So earlier this morning, about 20 minutes back, Hussein Minnick was out in the middle, along with the match referee and the 2 captains for the toss.
Good morning and welcome to the middle. We're here for the toss today, match number 9 between Kenya and Cameroon. Zed Ndamani is here, he's the match referee. Welcome, thank you for joining us, Zed. And the 2 skippers, Sam Ngoche from Kenya and Impenya Foston. How are you guys doing this morning?
We're all good, we're all good.
All right. You've got the coin, Sam? Let's go.
Heads. Heads is a call. And it's a tail. Kenya's won the toss.
We're gonna bowl first. We're gonna bowl first.
Okay, fresh pitch, is that the reason?
Definitely left a fresh pitch, and also we brought in two new seamers. So we wanted them exploit the conditions and use them properly.
All right, tell me, the match against Tanzania, of course, it was a fantastic match, firstly. What was the takeaway from that particular match?
First of all, I'm really happy the way we approached the batting. But unfortunately, the way the bowlers bowl, I think we didn't hit the right areas. So probably that's an area of concern. We had a chat with the team. And I think today is another good opportunity for us to try and rectify those mistakes we made with the ball.
What would you like to restrict Cameroon to?
Probably wouldn't like to underrate them, but probably nothing more than 100. I think we'll have done a good job.
All right, any changes from the previous match?
Yes, we have 3 changes. Emmanuel Bundi comes in, Gerard Mwenda comes in, and Yash Talati comes in back again.
All right, awesome. All the best today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Emmanuel, in Peña, what would you have done?
Pardon? Sorry?
What would you have done if you won the toss?
Qu'est-ce que tu aurais fait si tu avais gagné le toss?
Batting.
Yeah.
Would have batted? Oh, okay. And tell me, you are going to bat first anyway. So what would you like to score today?
Quel est le score que tu pourrais souhaiter aujourd'hui à partir du moment où tu battes?
Le maximum sera l'idéal pour nous. Pourquoi pas aller au max? C'est le max qu'on veut en ce moment.
The maximum should be the ideal for us. We are going to do our best to make sure we score the maximum possible.
All right, there's a new pitch out today. It's quite windy as well. What's your view of the pitch? What do you think?
Qu'est-ce que tu penses du terrain aujourd'hui? C'est un nouveau terrain aujourd'hui qu'on va utiliser. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
C'est vrai, le terrain répond au standard du jeu. Et jusqu'ici, il ne nous cause aucun souci. Donc nous allons faire avec.
The space meets our expectations, so we think we are not going to have an issue with it. It's good for us.
All right, all the best and good luck today. Thank you, sir. So the news from the middle is Kenya have won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Hussein Manak and the 2 captains. Well, Cameroon saying that they would have batted first had they won the toss. They need to be positive, and they look to their batsmen to put them on the board early today. With me for this morning, Sik Sochalelwa. Good morning.
Molweni, Sanbonani, Willowmoore from a bright and breezy Benoni. That's the lineup for the Kenyans. A couple of changes. Takao Idris, Depita Loik, and Tseke Elaine behind the stumps. Nyoma Abega, Abada Roland, and Bala Raol. A couple of players we've seen, and they'll be looking to get some form going in this tournament. We are at the halfway mark. Yeah, the players, their teams have been set. New strip, a brand new day, an opportunity to start afresh, and particularly Kenya, who would have been slightly disappointed with the outing up against Tanzania. But what a match, and a match that would have given them a clear indication as to where they are in terms of preparation and what it is that they could alter coming into the second match. The Kenyan side, Patel, Singh, Karam. You have to mention Irfan Karam and his importance in this lineup. We've seen how neat he is behind the stumps, and we've seen a couple of strokes from him with bat in hand. Gerard Mutui, Lucas Ndandason, we've seen plenty of him up until now, and Nameya Ngoche, the captain.
Yeah, Rakib Patel is the man in form there. Very good 47 in the previous match. In a losing cause it was, of course. And the second highest run scorer in the tournament thus far. So the 2 officials making their way to the middle. John Trust and Eliseo Titsondo are the 2 gentlemen who are on the field. And what our viewers will take note of is that they'll all be sporting a black armband. And that as a mark of respect for John Trust Sr., who is actually taking the field in honor of his late dad. Peter Malesi Mayeku, unfortunately, has passed away at the age of 83. Commiserations from all of us here in the commentary box to the family. So the Kenyans make their way to the middle, and 6 Cameroon, who's captain, pretty sure of himself. They've not done a good job in the previous 2 matches. Scores of 76 and 78, not good enough. They need to improve on that. And to think that he said that they want to actually bat first tells me that it's almost going against convention, because when you're not in good batting form, you still want to get the ball to bowl first, and then set yourself up to see whatever it is that you need to chase. So it's interesting that they felt that way. Kulbashan Yadav.
Yeah, I've been slightly disappointed with Yadav, with his approach. I'd like to see him build an innings today. It sounds boring in T20 cricket, building an innings, but you have to, particularly as an opening pair, because one of you has to negotiate the initial stages leading out of the power play. With every team wanting an already established player or batter post the initial phases, the power play that is. One of them. Maybe it's Nseke Bruno this morning rather. But Yadav really just needs to give him time. He's got the big shots. He's tried to play a few big shots. But he'll be up against Gerard Mutui. A couple of changes that Kenya has made. 3 to the side.
So umpire about to call play, and he does exactly that. And for Mutui, there's 2 slips in position. Otherwise an orthodox field. 3 in the inner ring, on the offside, saving 1.
Good start. Top of off stump. Yeah, you'll hear as well the breeze that we're talking about. It's more than just a breeze. This is a wind, proper wind.
Yeah, it's blown the bail off, and perhaps wasn't placed firmly enough this morning. Hopefully, just this breeze dies down. It was similar start yesterday, but it's clearly a lot more windy this morning in Benoni. Wide.
Slingy action from Gerard. Just to give you an indication as to what we're talking about in terms of the wind speed. You'll see the collar there from the bowler, Gerard. Something that he'll have to work with. So the breeze is blowing across the ground. From his left shoulder, and that's wide, a flash. First runs of the morning. Off the bat.
Well, Gerard's playing his first match, and we heard the captain, Sam Gorshi, say at the toss that they've elected 2 seamers, because the question was asked what you're feeling about the new pitch, and I think they've made the decision based on that, and perhaps looking to give themselves more depth on the seam side of things than spin.
Confusion. Kulbushan Yadav in his first innings of the tournament showcased what he could possibly do, but connection wasn't there. The construction of an innings wasn't there. Good delivery.
Beautiful flowing action from Gerard Mutui. Our first look at him in this tournament. Beautiful smooth run up. He's hit a good length on that occasion, getting good bounce as well. Good follow through, good swing of his arms as he comes through. Excellent delivery. He's got closer to that off stump. He's got closer to the off stump there on that occasion, and good to see that Gulbushan is doing something different today. He kept slashing and flashing at once in the previous 2 innings, and he really didn't look the part today. He's allowing the ball to go through, and he's actually getting to the pitch of the ball. So they must have had a good talking to. They've had 2 days since their last match.
A tickle on the leg side. Misfield from the wicket keeper, and interest from Patel. Leg by. Yeah, we saw a measured approach from Tanzania and how they went about their run chase. End of the first over, 3 for no loss. Batting first here. A toss result, Kenya electing to bowl. Cameroon not too disappointed with batting first. The captain saying he probably would have done the same thing. Lucas Ndandasen. Short. Fresh from fantastic outing in his first performance in this tournament, picking up 3 wickets with 21 runs. Started with a short delivery. Short, cut away. The reason why I mentioned Tanzania and Akil, to be specific, in how he approached that run chase is his selection and waiting for a window of opportunity, assessing the game and staying 1 over ahead, albeit a run chase. But I mention him because Kubushin Yadav, what he hasn't done is construct an innings, giving himself time. It's a new surface, new wicket. Hello. Top stuff.
Excellent delivery. He's hitting good lengths. The previous one was a little too wide. That's why it allowed Gulbushin to just get back to ball for that single. They've chosen an interesting field set. We do have 1 wide slip, then a conventional gully, and then a backward point not too far. So it's a staggered gully field.
Yeah, coming forward.
Beautiful change of length. He's drawn the batsman onto the front foot after an excellent previous delivery, looking to pick up the outside edge. Beautiful delivery. I wonder if they wouldn't be wiser having 2 slips instead of the slip in a gully.
Good bowling. He's found a good length. He's found his range within the first over, Bundi.
Now this one he's brought back. This will confirm. This is 2 balls back. So keeping the length, and when he's short, he's been just short of a length, hoping that it'll feed the slips, inducing the edge. He's wide of the crease on this occasion.
That's 2 gone, 4 for no loss.
So just a single coming off Bundi's first over, and so far very impressive.
A look at feet are nowhere.
Must always have a look at the cameraman up top on those scaffolds, because if they're wearing their jackets, you must know it's a cool start. If they are in their shirt sleeves, then you know that it's a hot morning.
A lot of trust on that scaffolding.
Patrick on the left, Ross on the right.
The back foot, Kubashan.
Veteran cameramen they are in South Africa. Well, the African Cricket Association celebrating its 25th anniversary, and those two cameramen up there have covered cricket for a whole lot longer than that.
So you must know them very well over the years.
Yes, worked with them early days in 99, 2000 on Supersport. When I was still at Supersport at that stage early on. So yeah, and these are veteran cameramen, and I must say some of them are noted as for the type of work that they do, and they get recruited by most companies overseas as well. More of our camera crew.
Around the corner, turned down. You've seen it all, haven't you, Mr. Kota?
Well, the umpire signaled a leg by, but they didn't run.
Sticks. And camera 6. You talk about broadcasting and listening to the players and wanting exposure. And how else can we get this game of cricket into Africa? Radio becomes an important medium. Newspapers, social media, to get the conversation going about African cricket.
19 cameras at the ground, of which 11 are operational, which means those are the ones giving you the live pictures, all the angles that you need. Good quality we've had so far from our crew.
Good length through to the keeper. 3 gone, 4 for no loss.
Gerard's been very impressive. Just 2 of his 2 overs, generating some good pace. Yeah, he's been taped down to the window. That's the commentary camera. No one manning it, apart from the fellows downstairs in the OV vehicle. So it's a very quiet start, and unusually quiet for Gulbashan Yadav. He's actually played properly this morning. He's respected the good bowling.
Yeah, but the challenge for him is to turn those dot balls into singles. Yeah, on the back foot.
First boundary. How short was this? Because he just seems to lay back on this one, made up his mind. Importantly, he's made contact.
Yeah, this is a shortish delivery, but he's standing slightly outside his crease. It did well to just get onto that back foot as quickly as possible. Full swing of the arms. Through the gap. 4. Good shot. A dive in vain at backward point. Perhaps these are the shackles now for Cameroon.
That's a real short delivery. He's got on top of that. Just wide of that second gully fielder, who's at least another 5 meters deeper than the conventional gully. And it's gone between the 2 for 4.
Wide.
Yeah, so from a good start, he's been put under pressure immediately with 2 good boundaries off the bat of Bruno. And now striving to just find that fuller length, maybe even look to hit the pads or the stumps. He's straight in length or in line.
Inside edge. They pick up a single. Yeah, and in talking about broadcasting and cameras, and you know how important media becomes in any tournament, because what it means is the players get used to media answering questions about their play, their strategies, their tactics, being wary of all the PR work that you have to do when you're in a setup, particularly a national setup. Full, driven, half stop. So all these things become part of this experience that they're trying to gain. Reading newspapers about them and their performances. And what it then does, it encourages young journalists in their respective countries to take up journalism, to go to the grounds and cover these cricket matches. Fielding change. Man was at fine length, being brought into the circle. Mid-wicket goes out. Third man. Good delivery. It encourages scorers as well to pick up the game of cricket from a very young age. So with a tournament like this and cricket growing in Africa, it's not just the players. There's a new wave of journalists, a new wave of presenters, new wave of commentators that will come through, because you'd assume every nation and with their respective tournaments will get broadcasting rights. End of the over, 4 gone, 15 for no loss.
Yeah, you're right, Six. It's all about exposure. This, I think, is a fantastic platform for all that to actually happen. And I think I'd concentrate more on journalists than maybe social media type of stuff. And this is the start. It's been very quiet. But importantly, they haven't lost a wicket. So you don't have the best of starts with runs on the board in the initial 6 overs. The one thing you do want to have is wickets in hand. But I get the feeling now, the next 2 overs, the likes of Bruno and Yadav will have to chance their arm. Lots of gaps. This jab's bowled absolutely brilliantly right throughout, and a fuller length delivery certainly tested Bruno on that one. He'll say he's lost an opportunity, but a good angling delivery into those pads, as you will see there.
Perhaps not having the access that he's looking for to come forward to try and play it around the corner. But certainly social media has a role to play. Everyone's on social media, everyone's on TikTok. Not sure about you, Mr. Kota, and TikTok. But what social media has done, it's brought the most random of fans, or diverse, so close to their team. They're able to tweet, they're able to post, they're able to comment, they're able to send direct messages.
I'm not exactly negative.
Clips.
I'm not exactly negative. We've got some South Africans, there's a young lady, Fatima, in Cape Town, who keeps all of the fans abreast with cricket anywhere in the world on social media.
And what that social media does, club players in Kenya, club players in Cameroon, they could put up a phone, record whatever it is that they're doing. They'll send it to Daryl Cullinan, send it to Hussein Manak for reference, for any bit of help. That's what social media has done. What it also has done has become very instant. So I suppose your argument is stories break now on social media before reaching news outlets. But it's so instinctive. Short. Kubishan Yadav, he could tweet Rishabh Pant in trying to find a way of rotating the strike. He's 2 of 13. Rishabh Pant could quickly comment or reply on social media.
Rishabh Pant will say he doesn't rotate strike. He looks for the big boundaries.
Short, cut away. Bruno.
Shot of the morning. Well played.
Slightly quicker from Gerard. Stands tall.
What I will say about that is, as well as Mutoi has bowled, that's his first real loose delivery. And the fact that Bruno has taken his time, he's watched proceedings there, he's watched the pace of the pitch. That's what happens when you occupy the crease for a while and you can execute strokes of that quality.
Yay! And the finger goes up.
Well, hasn't he deserved this wicket? He's been absolutely fantastic. His response was brilliant because he was hit for 4 and he came back strongly. He's got that on the fuller length and he's trapped the batsman in front. So he gets the break, and I think deservedly so, because he's been the star with the ball. A wonderful inclusion this morning into the Kenyan attack, and he's paid off the selector's confidence in him. So Nseke Bruno looking really comfortable at the crease, departs for 14 of 17, 20 for 1. Another look at that. He's striving for the fuller length. The shorter delivery was punished. A very confident appeal, not once but twice. And umpire Trust has a good look at this one, as he normally does. He just gets the ball to tail in off the pitch. He's bowled a good one, a fantastic response from him. So Chaku Idris comes in to replace Bruno, and it's time for Hussein and Daryl Cullinan to replace myself in 6.
Thank you, Aslam. So the first wicket of the morning. It's shaped back a little bit. That one's up. Keeper's got it. Yes. So 2 in 2. And just when we thought they had got off to a good start, that's a nice short ball dug in by Lucas. First delivery that is bowled.
Pace this morning proving to be too hot for Cameroon to handle. Easiest of catches.
So Yadav goes for 2 of 14. 20 for 2, Cameroon.
Never a good idea losing back-to-back wickets, whatever format of cricket you play in. Never got across there, didn't give himself the chance to get on top of the ball. He follows Bruno, who played one of the most exquisite square cuts we have seen throughout this tournament, and sadly, disappointingly for the viewers, he was out next ball. They haven't shown to have had much batting depth, Cameroon. Let's hope today it's not the case.
That is one of the areas that a lot of these batters in associate nations you feel have got to work on. It's a short ball. The other one we spoke, I think, at length about is spin, playing spin, rotating the strike with the spinners. But when you come across a quick bowler on a bouncy pitch, you do need a decent technique to be able to deal with that, score off the back foot. And we saw there Gulbishan touch too slow on that short delivery, and they tend to push their weight forward a bit, don't they? Because from there on you're stuck. And Sekia Lane is a new batter. Pushing for 2. Yeah, good aggressive running like that. At least the energy is good, and I think if they continue to put pressure on the fielders, may just be able to force a fumble or 2.
It's always good to see a left arm quick operating. One of the skills which is in high demand around the world, simply because there's not too many of them. And one thinks of the amount of T20 cricket being played. It's an angle which bowlers can trouble batsmen with, and it's not something batters see too much of.
One thing has been noticeable Daryl, and the wicket, the first wicket to fall this morning, we saw a little bit of shape back into the right hand, and not sure if that was maybe just clipping or missing leg stump, but either way, what was encouraging, there's a bit of swing and shape. Throughout this tournament, I haven't really seen too much lateral movement through the air or off the pitch. Thick edge here, and this is going to run away down to third man, so you can see the pace is something they're definitely not comfortable with.
This is definitely where he didn't intend the shot to go. It looked as if he was looking to turn it on the onside and eyes off the ball, and luckily for him it found that outside edge. Didn't go to hand behind the wicket. Be best advised to play a lot straighter. I think that lateral movement has probably a lot got to do with the length that we've seen. And I'll say it again, I just think most of the quick bowlers have been too short. And with the limited foot movement, when a lot of these batters have been asked to come forward, I would encourage them to get it that full, almost run the risk of being driven. The moment it's there, that's the area. You can just see the lack of footwork. Even that, yes, it's a full toss. Often you'll have cover to stop a potential boundary. 6 are done, 25 for 2. But the new ball bowlers this morning, they looked to get it a bit fuller, which was good to see.
So these are Cameroon's previous power play scores against Malawi, 25 for 1 and 21 for 3 against Tanzania. So today, 25 for 2, which is definitely below par, you would say, overall, but it equals the highest power play score in this tournament. 14 for Bruno, 2 for Yada. Those are the two men who are back in the hut. Have just been dismissed, 2 consecutive deliveries. Change of bowling from the Kuleni end. Now Yesh Talati did not play in the last game. He played in the first game. He was very impressive. Left arm spinner. He will quite enjoy this breeze, I reckon.
Going fairly strongly left to right, and that'll assist him with his drift into the right-hander. Perfect delivery first up. Umpire is not interested to call for a stumping. It's more query than a firm appeal from the keeper.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Yesh in his first game. 3 for 18.
This was not a bad shot.
Let's have a look. The foot got dragged. Okay, he's hit this high. And it's going to land in the gap. It will be a couple. Let's have a look at this. This doesn't look too bad. Daryl Cullinan was saying that this may be quite tight. I think he may just have got something behind the line. Very tight though.
Would have been worth the referral. So the whole story, as we'll always ask, it's a question now for Cameroon to build a partnership. Interesting call that, because the umpire indicating immediately that it's either pitched outside or going down. It'd be so much better just for now looking to hit straighter.
Well, that's hit him on the full toss. I reckon that wasn't a bad appeal.
That closer observation revealing that, in fact, as you just said, Hussein, that it didn't bounce. That should be called and is. He's got to make compensation for the breeze. That's a much better line. You don't want to offer any of the batters width here or anything short. It bounces. It offers the opportunity to play square of the wicket. 7 done, 29 for 2.
It's lovely to see Sam Ngoche, who's also a left-arm spinner, obviously more experienced, having a chat with the youngster, giving him some advice. 31 dots so far, the 7 overs that have been faced this morning by Cameroon, 4 boundaries. You can see those dots are adding up quite quickly, so probably want to see if they can rotate the strike a lot more than they are at the moment.
I think one way would be to look to play a lot straighter. But that is now their highest 3rd wicket partnership of 9. But bearing in mind it's only their 7th international T20. Still operating with 2 slips.
Nice. Really, the thing that makes left-arm seamers so dangerous, Daryl, as a batter, I think pretty sure you can relate to this as well, is the angle they bowl from. And because of the angle they bowl from, if a left-arm seamer can get a little bit of shape into the right-hander, it begins to challenge both edges, doesn't it? And that's what makes a bowler dangerous. When, as a batter, you know he can beat you on the outside. He swings it, he can beat you on the inside. That's why it's so important left-arm seamer starts to get just that little bit of shape. If we can touch of shape back into the right-hander, even if he swings one ball, creates a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. Then he can go across him all he wants, but that one that swings back in is the one that creates the doubt and forces you as a batter to think you need to play this one in case it swings back.
Added to that is the short ball, because as a right-hander he's operating in your blind spot. Now to get on top of that, you've almost got to open up a bit more. Now it opens you up for that one leaving you, it opens you more up for the one coming into you. But a guy like Mitchell Johnson, who was round arm slingy and really quick, I'm so glad I never got to play against him. The way he troubled right-handers was for that particular reason. In the past we had a guy like Fred Schultz, but for now this is a boundary.
Asked him to play straight, Daryl, and that's a beautiful stroke. Wasn't a perfectly straight bat, but effective and down the ground, which is exactly what you want to do.
Just would be such good advice for Cameroon to, first of all, look to do more of that, but play to their ability. It's almost as if they feel that, well, it's T20 and look where we are and we need to have a swing, and 9 out of 10 times they're swinging across the line. Spending time at the crease should be their first and foremost priority. You're not going to get better sitting in the changing room. And that was in fact a catch.
Yeah, dropped. And it was flying over the slip area. Attempted hook shot for shortish delivery. Again, that short delivery you spoke about. But that was dropped. So there's been a number of drop catches in this tournament so far. 18 catches dropped in the tournament so far. Kenya have dropped 3 so far. If I'm not mistaken, Ghana, I think, dropped quite a few. They've dropped 5 overall. 8 overs bowled, 33 for 2.
As the first slip, had a chance to see this, but you're never going to be good slippers standing with your hands on your knees. We had a long discussion yesterday with Aslam Kota about slip fielding. There's no future in that.
A lot of people also over the years saw Ian Botham standing with his knees so casual, and you know, people, they follow and they try and emulate, they model themselves on some of their heroes and things like that. But as you say, to be effective, that's never a good idea.
Brian McMillan was another one. He would often stand with his hands on his knees, but those are exceptions. Don't try and be an exception when you don't have a chance of being one. Just follow the basics and you're going to have a better chance. But I mean, that's just awareness. Brian had, his nickname was Buckets. The space, the area space where that ball had a chance to stick in was far larger than most people's. Certainly mine. Mine was half his size, so I had to try and follow the basics, but that's not one. That's not one. That's again just a mow across the line.
Yeah, the other thing that I noticed with that drop catch at first slip was the second slip did move across.
Bowled him, and that's the result. One too many. Far too easy here for Yash. Cameroon, they're not doing themselves any favours with this sort of approach.
Yeah, again, it's the swing across the line. Much better off going down the ground towards mid-off with those type of deliveries. So Seki Lane is on his way. 4 of 8 deliveries. Cameroon 33 for 3.
Too full, too far away from the ball. His head position too far back. Just not the option. Cameroon still in search of someone spending time at the crease, and 2 batters building a partnership. Dipita Loic.
I think for Cameroon at the moment, really, they need to set themselves perhaps realistic, small expectations and say, as you say, Daryl, can we bat for 20 overs? Can we spend some time at the crease? The more balls we face, easier to become more balls of the middle of the bat, full face of the bat, down the ground. Even if we end up with 3 or 4 down, but if we bat the 20 overs and we get about 100, should be fine.
Oh, that's a better option. If he came down the wicket there looking to play it with the spin down the ground and gets out, then you can say to him, look, we can work with that. Let's just work on the skill, we improve it, and I'm sure he'll pick it up quickly. Catch to slip, not near the pitch of the ball. Finds the outside edge, and yeah, she's picked up his second. Credit to him too, let's be honest. He's looked to get it full there. He's given it a chance to spin. He's used the breeze very well. Wickets now for Cameroon starting to fall in quick succession.
Well bowled. Really an exciting prospect. Yes, the youngster. As I said, 3 wickets in the first match of the tournament that Kenya played. And he's got 2 now, so Dipita's on his way without scoring, 33 for 4.
Keep an eye on where the left foot goes. We'll see it front on, giving himself a lot of room, the bat swing. It's terrible to go on about it, but there's a need of just the basic understanding. This is the angle. Watch where the left foot goes. Big need for the understanding first and foremost of the basics. Nyoma Abega. Can he do something for Cameroon yet? A better skill is bowling, and you feel pushing on to close to a 100 may just give them some sort of chance. You just never know. It's a new day, a new pitch. Kenya would not have batted on it. Must have a small goal in mind for now. And I hope that's the chat in the changing room. 1 for 9 of 2, impressive by Lucas. If he can just continue with that good length that he has found. Maybe he touched his short, but fuller than that. Don't be surprised if he picks up another wicket. Ideal height, ideal pace for a slipper. It's just the lack of where they're not going to the ball, almost giving themselves too much room. Now that's maybe poor technique or maybe intimidated by the extra pace, which they wouldn't see too often.
All right, that's a wicket. So he's tried to hit this again, slightly cross bat, and only succeeding in hitting it straight back to Lucas. Loopy catch, easy as you like.
He almost made a mess of it. In the end, it tucked him up.
Yeah, it's the easy ones that sometimes you can drop. Idris has gone for 8, 33 for 5. Yeah, again, trying to go over the top, but it's the cross bat really that's not giving you a chance. If you go the straighter bat, it becomes a lot easier.
All 3 wickets have fallen on 33. You can see there, he's not even actually watching the ball. He's got an idea where it is and he's had a swing.
Bowling action, left arm over the wicket.
And just looking at Lucas there, Hussein, he looks like there's more to him. A bit more in the tank in terms of pace. Someone pulled him and worked on that wrist. Because he's a tall boy and so he's going to offer you bounce.
I agree with you. In fact, I had a chat with the skipper, Sam Ngoche, and I said to him, tell me a little more about Lucas, because, you know, strong, can see left arm. And he was saying he's a touch injury prone, so he picked up a few injuries over the years. And I did ask him, I said, you know, I've also picked up that he hasn't quite been getting any shape back into the right hand. Is the reason for that? He said, yeah, probably because of the injuries. He's changed a few things and with his action, etc. Remember Wayne Parnell over the years as well, when he just started bowling, beautiful in swing, and then over the years injury and changed a few things and then was straight. But I noticed now he's getting that shape back again and he's again becoming quite a dangerous bowler. He's got the natural ability and the pace. But if as a left arm seamer you only got that ball going across, when you come up against better batters, it's you need to do a little more. 10 overs bowled, 33 for 5. Going to be a commentary change. Aslam Kota and
Ten overs already, halfway through the match, and it's been a productive morning for the Kenyan team. they've picked up wickets at regular intervals and exposing the lack of batting application by Cameroon. And that leads me to say one thing, Six, as you make your way into the seat alongside me. Something about the qualifiers. They play the qualifiers on a regional basis, and then the best teams out of that eventually pitch up here. Perhaps a rethink. To try and devise a plan where from the one set of qualifiers they have another, and out of that bring the best teams together, because we've seen that Tanzania, who were not in the setup, at the start of this tournament, having been brought in after Nigeria's absence, tells you that better teams actually miss out on these occasions. So they need to find another plan if they want to really have strength versus strength when it comes to an intercontinental or continental cup like this one.
Preparation is a huge thing heading into any tournament. And you almost wonder what sort of surfaces were they preparing on, Cameroon. Different conditions. Sometimes you come across green surfaces. End of the over, 33 for 5.
With respect, I'm going to disagree with you. Preparation is one thing. I don't think they've been short of preparation. It's just the application, the ability to actually read the game, to have the right batsman in the right spots in the lineup. All that's got very little to do with preparation, in my opinion. I think it has a hell of a lot to do with your local leagues. We know that early on we were told to be we were made aware of the fact that there's a language issue in trying to translate the rules and regulations and the nuances of cricket. But at the same time, I feel from a competition point of view, and this is all I'm saying, is that they need to find another way around for the qualifiers, so you can have the eight of the best teams on the continent competing. You get that?
Samgoche. Yay, neat behind the stumps. Irfan. Tidy collection. Removal of the bails. And so we go upstairs.
Side on view, beautiful flight, drags his foot forward. Does he get it down in time? No, he doesn't. That's a lovely piece of stumping. Just as the foot was in the air, he's broken the stumps. That's a wonderful piece of wicket keeping. Well done, Mr. Karim. Beautiful angle. He does skid his foot along the ground, but in looking to get back, he has to lift it up. And at that instant, the stumps are disturbed. Write that down. Wicket number 6.
As we await the pending decision from upstairs. If it is to be, as you would see at the bottom of your screen, Bokau yet to get off the mark, Nyoma yet to get off the mark, and Cameroon lose their 4th wicket on 33.
Well, it's one heck of a procession here. The score on 33, 4 wickets have fallen, beautifully flighted, gets a bit of turn, gets the batsman, lulls him into that, invites him into that stroke. And whilst he left the crease also, he was Bako Apolline, not a 4, 33 for 6. While he was looking to drag himself onto the front foot, you're either going to block or you're going to go through the stroke. He was somewhere there, somewhere in between.
Abada Rowland, as he makes his way to the middle. Can he move Cameroon to 34? I say that because they've lost 4 wickets on 33. His partner Nyoma yet to get off the mark. It hasn't been a start of some sort or any respectability for Cameroon.
He's coming left arm round the wicket. 5 balls to play.
There it is, 20 for 1, 20 for 2. 33 seems to be the number. Yeah, with every bit of width, with long on, long off inside the circle, that's a bludgeon down the ground. What a way to get off the mark. They've moved from 33 to 37 for 6.
Beautiful flowing action and then a hike across the line. It's effective. There's a big gap past the bowler. He gets 4 and takes the score of the dreaded 33.
Oh, Cameroon. Abada. Play your shots. Play your shots. Swing and a miss. And I think there's one thing we need to be mindful in our criticism, in particular with Cameroon. I think there's one word that best describes this Cameroonian setup, and having listened to the manager speak about the road coming into this tournament, they are pioneers. They are pioneers of Cameroonian cricket. Some play, but at the same time still coach. So while still learning the game, they're still transferring information about the game.
I'm going to go and search for him to come and join us for the Cameroonian bowling innings and get into the nitty-gritty of cricket in that area.
Yeah, an edge and dropped it, slip past the keeper's hands, and they get through for a single. Finest of edges, late reaction.
Well, Shaman Gochi has really been very impressive. I love his style, his control, his action. Beautiful left armer, angles the ball in, gets the perfect edge. Well, you've got to say both the wicketkeeper and first slip were completely iron-sighted.
Past the inside edge, there's a stumping, and he seems confident because the finger's up at square leg. Falling off now, Cameroon. Only just a matter of time. 38 for 7.
Well, just talking about how beautifully he's drifted the ball, flighted it, gets the ball to turn, once again draws him onto the front foot. He's not aware of the fact that he needed to get back quickly, and will be very surprised to see that the umpire's finger is up. So not for Abega, 38 for 7.
Well, judging by this, I don't know how much time you'll have with the Cameroonian manager in their bowling efforts. But he did mention that what they've done these past 4 years is a lot of work. A lot of work in introducing cricket to all sorts of communities, villages. And what they've able to come out of that is have 10 clubs for women's cricket, as Nono Amenau makes his way to the middle. 10 cricket clubs for women's cricket, 12 for men's cricket. So very much in its infancy. And as we all know, the pandemic halted a lot of proceedings globally. You can almost imagine what it's done for smaller nations or associate nations like Cameroon, but the enthusiasm certainly is there. As we have a look, one more, lunging forward, back foot doesn't make back its ground, and it's neat once again behind the stumps by Irfan. So there is effort to get cricket going in Cameroon, and as you say, it's only about opposition, preparation, who are you playing against, and what you're learning and taking out of that. As his leg stump goes for a walk down Benoni. That's the 8th, 38 for 8.
So a fellow left arm spinner does the same, gets beautiful drift. There's a bit of turn on this early pitch, this new pitch, and bowls him with a beauty. An agricultural stroke, and that's what you, that's the result. 5 of 5, 38 for 8. So I'll maintain the point that I made earlier, that the criticism is on ACA in how, or not, it's not criticism, it's advice onto making sure that there's another level of qualifiers before you get to a competition of this, because this is actually demoralizing Cameroon, in my opinion. And whilst we're being very supportive, and I think they need all the support in that region to encourage the game and get people to inspire them. As you say, these are pioneers.
Forston Jr. Past the outside edge, and just to hop on to what you've just said, having spoken to one of the fellow commentators in the commentary box, talking about stigma and how you would find in Easter tournaments where there's an invitational side, a development side. It's all about the perception and the stigma behind it. And coming into this tournament, as they scamper through for a single, Cameroon would have been well aware that they're about a distance, quite a distance from the likes of Kenya, Tanzania perhaps, I'll throw there as well, Uganda. So they might back themselves, as this one's down the leg side, backing their abilities, but then coming to a tournament like this, as you say, it's a reality check of how far they've come. Wide called. Ridding themselves of the perception of being minnows. Takes time. With time takes good performances to put yourself up there. Showing a bit of character. And I'm sure from a coach's point of view as well, they're also realistic in their expectations as to what it is that they're trying to get out of this tournament. These players will be sharing numbers and sharing WhatsApp numbers, continue their chats well beyond this competition in transferring information. And it's a single to end the 13th over. 41 for 8.
Well, they elected to, they were sent in to bat earlier this morning by the Kenyans, and that's a rather sorry tale on the right-hand side. Just one score of note in the up order, Nseko Bruno with 14. But Yash and Shem, the two spinners, have made best of the opportunity here, whilst the seamers too picked up some wickets. Gerard Mutui was exceptional. He was very impressive in his first outing here at this tournament. Bundi supported him very well, deserved a wicket or two, but it's been Yash Talati and Sam Gochi that have picked up wickets that has really put the Cameroonian innings on the skids.
Shem, past the outside edge. And with exposure, you come up against stern opposition at times, which test your skill set as a man is taken from the covers into that second slip region.
It's a wise call, because he is getting drift and turn. This is too wide down the leg side. Extras will soon be the top scorer, and they'll run away for wides.
And so perhaps the makeup of the side might have worked for them, playing against nations that you are referring to who are less skilled. And then once they come up against Kenya, then it's about management figuring out where to slot in perhaps a player like Yadav, who is struggling to put together an innings up on top. And perhaps he could come off in that middle over to latter part of the innings. Ball him!
Beautiful use of the crease here by Shem. Really, he's a quality left-arm spinner. He's the captain of Kenya. Wide of the crease. He saw the ball drifting too much with the previous one that went down the leg side for 4 wides. So he comes wider of the crease and clean bowls. The batsman, beautiful delivery.
Two of 7, 47 for 9 now, Cameroon. You just hope that doubt doesn't creep into some of these batters in doubting any bit of talent that they have or possess about them, because they're coming up against better opposition. As we have a look once again, drifting in towards the pads, continuing with the arm, top of leg.
Hits the top of the leg stump. The one thing I've noted with all of the dismissals with the spinners in operation is that they've not looked to get under it. They're looking to play over the top, especially with the flighted deliveries. It's important to hold your shape. Stay, if you're looking for the big shot, to stay under it and not to go and play over it, because that's how dismissals are generally described, that he's just played over this one. They need to look to stay under it and be more effective in the way they play. You cannot expect the bottom order batsman to now give some respectability to the total. 47 for 9. That's well played, Mr. Bala. Sweeper comes into the inner ring on the offside. That's well played.
What was that about?
What was it about, and what was it about the lower order?
What are you talking about, Mr. Kota? There it is. Bala keen to come on the front foot. He's got the 2 slips. Can he pierce the gap now? No, he can't. He fends it off to end the 14th. 47 for 9.
Well, the big difference there is that head is rock solid, still as ever, getting to the pitch of the ball. So leading with the head into the delivery, making sure your bat and pad is together, and he's played it with so much of comfort out to the offside. 47 for 9 after 14.
We did talk about some of the sides being perhaps more stronger with ball in hand. Drilled down the ground. And they pick up 2. Can they pick up 2? Yeah, perhaps the bowler should have been behind the stumps there.
Rakev's the 3rd spinner now. Off spinner. That's a good firm stroke. That should have gone for 4. They need all of the boundaries right now. Well, not the best of throws. Should he have been behind the stumps? He may be out. He is. That's the end of the innings. Yeah, beautiful back flick. He knew exactly where he was, so maybe the fact that he took it before the stumps was the reason that he's got the wicket, because had he been behind the stumps, it would have given the batsman a chance to get in there. So that is the end of the innings, and a rather disappointing one it will be for Cameroon. The captain was pretty confident this morning that the fact that they're batting first, they're going to play with a lot more positivity, and I thought we sensed that at the top of the innings, but as wickets continued to fall, they went back into their shell, and the lack of confidence. So there's the confirmation from the umpire. 49 for 9 here in the 15th over. 49 all out.
You're generous, aren't you? 49 all out, Cameroon. Not getting to 50, but what a performance as well from the Kenyans with ball in hand. The reputation that they have stood tall today after the disappointment against Tanzania. And they would have spoken about being just clinical today.
Well, I think there's more to it now. With a total of just 47, in order to improve their run rate, they've given themselves the best opportunity. They need 49 of just 120, and I reckon if they can do this in 6 overs, it'll be very healthy for their cause in the tournament. They've won one, they've lost one, and that's the scorecard. Nseke Bruno at the top of the order, and would you believe he was actually the 6th batsman out for 14, and the rest of it, well, as they used to say in the old days, whole lot of telephone numbers.
Yeah, and an opportunity for Kenya to follow suit that of Tanzania in their first match, winning by 10 wickets, because you feel, having speaking about how quickly do they wrap this up, plays in the run rate. They've lost one, looks set to win this one, but here's the bowling efforts. Mutui, Bundi, Ndandasin, but it was Yesh Talati.
very strong. So Patel, who batted beautifully in the previous match in a losing cause. Rishabh Patel, very tidy left-hander, one of the more impressive batsmen we've seen in the competition. Sakdeep Singh, in fact the two of them were very good the other day, put on a good partnership for the opening stand, rotated the strike very nicely. And Seke Bruno, the seam bowler, is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Patel. As he runs in now, and it's the short delivery outside the off stump, and he's played this with aplomb, a magnificent forcing shot of the backward, and they're already off the mark. Very short, he's up at his feet, and he's played that magnificent transfer of weight, and he had all the power and the placement in favour. Another look at that stroke. Really well played. Attractive stuff. Oh, he's got the edge to this. It's running away over the top. It's going to beat the fielder and his 2 fours of the 2 deliveries. And it means that I have to hasten my guest into his seat because we don't have much time. Victor Okponso, a pioneering spirit that comes out of Cameroon. He is presently the president of Cricket Cameroon and also the manager of the touring team. Good morning. Good to have you with us.
Good morning, sir.
John.
And
put it as close to you as possible. Good morning, Victor. Good to have you here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Just making a slight adjustment to the field. They've brought in long off. They've dropped out the fielder square, which means they're actually placing a fielder for a bad ball. And that one will run away towards the third man area. So already 9 runs off the first 3 deliveries. Victor, let's get into this very, very quickly. Tell us how, first of all, did this game of cricket get into a former French colony?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have much time to talk about this, but briefly, it started when I, sitting here, was a student in the university. I was president of an association, Commonwealth Students and Youth Association, and we took cricket as one of our activities. We have been following the BBC. Cricket has never been played in Cameroon before, and we were fond of following BBC radio in those days. And we were fond of cricket. Cricket just entered Cameroon 10-12 years ago. So when we joined the Commonwealth, well, we said we needed a sporting discipline which could make Cameroon, though a French country, had set itself as a Commonwealth of nation, or as a Commonwealth country. So we used cricket as one of the projects, and when we play cricket,
another wide, 2 in a row. Bruno under some pressure.
When we play cricket in a French-speaking country, it makes us look more Commonwealth.
Tell us quickly, how long is it that you've got organized cricket going in Cameroon?
The past 12, 13 years, thereabouts.
That long, okay. And then obviously you've talked about challenges off air with us. Perhaps you can just reflect on some of them. That's a better delivery to the right-hander. Allow Sakdeep to get off the mark, out to the offside.
Yeah, those challenges, we have the language barrier. Most of documentation, we're struggling to develop cricket in Cameroon. Documentation on cricket development is all in English, and 95% of all those involved in cricket development are French speaking, so it's a big challenge for us. Facilities are lacking, so we try to do with football pitches, which we try to modify for cricket.
Well, Patel just still looks to want to deal in boundaries. The third umpire will want to have a look at this. Already so much of pressure. The bowlers would have expected that the batsmen are going to go after them because this target is a small one, and knowing that the opposition will be looking to up their run rate, Looks like his fingers may have just touched the rope as he looked to just grab the ball back. No boundary. Oh no, he's confirmed the boundary, so my assumption of the finger touching the rope is correct. And that takes the score to 16 without loss, with the ball remaining in the first over. Victor Ogbonso is the pioneering spirit sitting alongside me. President of Cameroon and also the tour manager. End of the first over, 16 without loss. The other question to ask, of course, very quickly is what is the focus on youth cricket? Is there anything happening at school level?
Yeah, the focus of our development program in Cameroon is Cricket at Schools initiative. We have the hub of cricket development in our country is in schools, and we have over 60 schools playing cricket, girls and boys. We have a domestic league which is made up of 12 senior men's team and 10 senior female teams. So that's where we've taken off, and we hope there is something greater which will come on our side.
Finance, that'll help get more coaches in there, perhaps French-speaking coaches who are very good at imparting the knowledge of the game itself?
Sure. Finances, ICC is doing its best to encourage the development of the game in the country. Our government is also, the Cameroon government is also making an effort. So we stand there, but more focus is on the facilities right now, and we look forward to getting greater facilities within the nearest future possible.
So Sakdeep helps himself to a short delivery outside the off stump, helps himself to a good-looking boundary, square off the wicket, much too short, too wide, and the rather tall batsman dispatches this disdainfully for 4. 20 without loss with just 7 deliveries complete. Target reminder, just 49. So you've answered the other question about facilities, and the other one is, how positive are you about the growth? I know that it's a challenge, it's going to need a lot more support. What is the union made up of, and how big is the country in trying to get the whole organization together?
Yeah, it's a whole development pathway we are following. These guys playing here today are products of the development program. We have many school children playing, both boys and girls, and there is a lot of hope as we are working hard to make these things happen, and they must happen. After all, we started a few years ago, and we can at least produce a national team both for women and men. So there is hope in the horizon. Things are going to happen positively than now.
I'm absolutely amazed at your positivity, and that's what it needs. It needs the energy, it needs the commitment, so well done on that. One other question. Have you played cricket, Victor?
I've not played cricket myself, but I've been trained as a coach. I was the very first, I'm the pioneer coach of cricket in Cameroon, and I did that a few years, and I trained other coaches, and right now I'm focused on administration work. I can't coach anymore, but I did coaching a few years ago.
Well, that is such an intriguing story, really. I mean, you must love the game, and you talk about the influence of university. Early on you made that point, and listening to cricket on BBC you were talking about, you mentioned, I mean, all these are just fascinating stories in looking to bind the game now into a community structure.
Yeah, community structure is there, not only university as...
4 more runs, that is beautifully played. Reached wide outside the off stump, chopped down in this very neatly. 2 balls remain in the overs, 26 without loss.
Not just university, we have primary schools, secondary schools. We have out of school children playing cricket, and everything is put in place with the help of the ICC, with the help of the Cameroon government. I think there is a lot of hope in terms of development.
And before you go, the last point I want to make, and I'd like you to comment on, is we talked about the ACA and its involvement and your role in this tournament. This is hit up in the air. Oh no, he got under this one. It looked like he had it. Unfortunately, he's grasped it, and Sakdeep survives. 27 for no.
Yeah, the ICC, the Africa Cricket Association is also doing its part. The ICC Africa is also doing its part, and we are happy to be part of this. And in fact, we came all the way to qualify for this from the first tournament, which was organized in Lagos, Nigeria, and.
Well, I was just told as this catch is taken by Yadav out in the cover region, the previous one that was dropped was the first. So that perhaps is the strength of Cameroonian cricket, their outfielding. First wicket falls, 27 for 1 after 2. Final comment from you, Victor, and then we're going to have to say goodbye.
Yeah, what I have to say is that there is hope in Cameroon cricket development. We are not complex in any way in this tournament because these products are products of our development program, and playing countries like Tanzania, Kenya, they are colossal teams in Africa, and at least there is hope for us. I think if we meet countries, I don't want to call names, other African countries which are within our own category, I think we can do better and even have victories. And I promise you, keep on following Cameroon. By December this year, you will hear victories for the national cricket team of Cameroon, which we call the Indomitable Lions.
Well, your spirit is indomitable, I can tell you that. And just knowing and hearing you now gives me lots of confidence and hope that it's in the right hands and that you're in the right direction. Thank you very much, Victor.
Thank you for having me here.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Victor Okponso, president and also manager of the touring team. So thank you very much. As he makes his way out, we see the new batsman has made his way to the middle. And for those of you joining us wherever you may be, Cameroon were dismissed for 49 in their 15 overs. And the new batsman is Nelson. Suckdeep has played a beautiful little swivel stroke and he's helped it over long leg for 6. Lots of time off the pitch and off the bowling of Bruno, and he's helped himself to his first maximum. Wonderful timing of that stroke. He knew exactly what he wanted out of it. Not too much of an effort. 6 Sochelela joins me now.
Oh, Victor, the goosebumps that you've left us with in this commentary box. Thank you very much for that. Very insightful. And there's one thing I'll take from that. Radio. Radio.
Radio produced a cricket star. Instead of what? How does that old song go? Queen song? Oh, it's not a song by Queen. Radio killed the... Video killed the radio star. Well, in this case, Victor, I concur with 6 because I grew up on a diet of the most unbelievable radio. World class every time we switched on, whether it was South African radio and also the BBC, of course. On the shortwave.
Backward point. Yeah, the one thing I love about radio is the ability of commentators to almost bring you close to a stadium that perhaps a listener has never been to, painting the picture. It is such an important part of media, radio.
Center.
And in particular in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, I attribute all my love and knowledge to the beauty of radio, the magnificence of radio. Bruno in. Nelson's off the mark. He needs 10 more to get to Nelson.
And the thing about radio, you could be driving to the mall, you could be driving on holiday, radio's on, you're with the kids in the car, having to explain the game while on the move. Unlike a TV, which in some parts, having looked at the dire straits of some African nations, TV and pay TV might be a difficulty, and then comes radio. It reaches all corners of the country.
A bit of instinctive aggro, and then no apology. Wow. Unnecessary.
Well, they are the Lions.
Well, they'll learn very quickly about the ethics as well of this great game. This is beautifully clipped, and the wonderful response from the opener. Singh. 4 more runs.
So with hopes that broadcasters are listening and they'll pay attention to what has just been said about the importance of radio as a medium, to continue to touch every corner of this beautiful continent of Africa.
Well, it's already 40 here in the 3rd over, and just 9 runs away from a victory.
Yeah, we talked about how they go about Kenya. Tough group they find themselves in now because of having lost that first match against Tanzania. And so for them now going forward, it's about that run rate, how impressively they can win. And this is a glorious cricket shot. Confucius says, if you hit the ball across the ground, you shall never be caught. 44 for 1.
Confucius wasn't around when they played cricket, when they started playing cricket. Yeah, it is indeed a very attractive stroke. Square drive, beautiful sight-on pictures, graphically captured by our cameraman. Makes the contact. Confucius. 44 for 1. Tipita Loik now runs in, will take the ball, runs to win 5.
Coming right arm over the wicket.
And just a reminder, there isn't a bonus point system here in this tournament, so it's about run rate. Loik, edge, and it will trickle towards the 3rd man area. Such is the case here and there when we do have an opportunity, as they give away buzzers. Overthrows. 3 overs gone, 44 for 1. We'll try and get some of the managers and coaches of these respective teams to give us full insight about their paths, their hubs, their schools programs. Had the pleasure of Lawrence Mantlana yesterday as this punched off the back foot, and he shrugs his bat under his arm because that's done in a flash. In the 4th over, Kenya register their first win of this Africa T20 Cup. Cameroon didn't pitch up with the bat, and at the start of play, at the toss, clear in the ideas as to how to go about this match. Win the toss, bowl first, restrict Cameroon, and all about the run chase, and they did that quite comfortably. The highlights. They'll be quick, they'll be short, they'll be brief. Such was the innings. Yeah, not much would have been said at the turn of the innings. Go out there, play your shots, manipulate the gaps, few boundaries here and there. Up front would have definitely put Cameroon under pressure. Shoulders starting to drop, full tosses coming about, short deliveries. There was an opportunity for a wicket put down out in the deep. But from there on, the writing was on the wall. Yes, they did lose that one wicket, but it was already curtains for Cameroon in this first of two matches on day 5. Down the line, picked up nicely towards that fine leg area. And the winning runs just flicked away towards that fine leg area. An opportunity as well to finish not out, get that strike rate going, get that average up. And in the end, Kenya comfortable in their victory. And now we'll go downstairs to Aslam Kotos, who's alongside the Kenyan captain.
Shem Ngozi, indeed, the captain, a very satisfied one. You've scored the points you needed to secure a position in the first 2. You must be pretty confident with the way forward.
Definitely, I'm really happy, giving ourselves a chance to play another game in the semis. I'm really happy with the way the boys operated out of the field. I think it was clinical, and I'm really grateful to the performance.
So the first part of the tournament is done. Now you've secured yourself for the semi-final. What would your preparations be for over the next few days before we get to next week, Wednesday?
I think for now, for the guys who didn't have a feel in the middle today, we're gonna head to the nets and then try to strategize today and tomorrow how we're gonna play. Because most probably we're gonna play Uganda. It's not gonna be an easy game, but we just, for us, it's more of mental and just to believe in ourselves.
Today you introduced two other players. One of them, the very impressive Seamer, what's his name, Mtui. Very impressive. How many more of those type of players do we have to look forward to?
In this tournament, unfortunately, we just only brought 3 youngsters. But back at home, we have good talent which are coming up. Most of them are going for the under-19 qualifiers. So after their qualifiers, probably they join the national setup for practice and everything.
We wish you well for the coming week and all the best for the semi-final. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, and have a lovely day.
A word from the Kenyan captain.
second. They've won 5 games. Those that have elected to bowl first, or bat first, have only won 4. I think that may have played a role. But what was interesting to note was that the Botswana captain said that they want to put the runs on the board. They feel if they are to do that, then they'll put this fairly inexperienced Mozambican lineup under pressure. It's the whole story of scoreboard pressure and what it can do to a batting lineup.
That's right. In fact, there was a very good interview there at the toss with the Mozambican captain, the Botswana captain, because he did say that if you put a good score on the board, it gives your bowlers a chance to get into the game. And that is so important. So batsmen do go in with that added responsibility, no doubt.
Yes, they do. And they've got to set the tone and get things going off. And that, inevitably, if that is the case, that should really rub off on the rest of the guys. So today's 2 umpires, Michiel Moller and Mr. David Udiambo, is the man standing with Mr. Moller there. Umpires have been impressive so far in this tournament. They haven't had the benefit of the review system in terms of the LBWs, etc., which you are so accustomed to. So they're on the spot, demanded to make a call, all within a second or so. So Botswana can, with a good win today, you mentioned earlier, Aslam, and if we are to stick our necks out, they probably are favourites to win here. Well, that'll be a fantastic story if they are to qualify in the top 4. They wouldn't have come into this tournament being considered one of the teams to make the top 4.
Yeah, early on they were up against Uganda and on a really tough pitch. It was the first pitch used in the match. It was the first match of the tournament. And but we've got to see a lot more of them. And so they certainly have a good variety of talent in amongst them. Reginald Lihonde being one of them.
This is where they are at their best, is that top 3. A lot will depend on the captain. We've seen the pattern already where teams that don't lose too many wickets in the power play, they're good in the middle period. That's where most of them have struggled, but we've seen improvement there. And then align themselves a few overs at the end with wickets in hand. Steady start, keep that momentum going in the middle, and then give yourself a chance to flourish at the end. And that seemed to have been the pattern.
And we always talk about tactics and what are the plans. The plan is always that we expect the batsmen are going to stay there for 6 overs. They're going to get a decent start. You lose 2 wickets, it sets the whole planning, it throws the whole planning out of the window. So really, it's all about taking that kind of responsibility. And we, as we've been saying, we are now at the business end of the group stages, and they need to concentrate a whole lot harder. The breeze continues to blow across from the east to the west of the ground, which is from across the pitch. So the first ball about to be bowled, and Simanko is the bowler with ball in hand. Matlanka is the left-handed opener.
Tight lines and length is what the new ball bowlers need to be looking for. In the tournament so far, we've seen Seam take more wickets than Spin, almost 10 more, up at about 50, 51, in fact 52 wickets, whereas Spin, it's been 41. And Seam has been at a better average as well of 20.6 and Spin 23.6.
It doesn't surprise me that the seam average is just a shade better than what the spinners have been able to offer, because most of the bowlers up front and throughout the tournament have actually been very good.
This is a well-taken run. That'll settle the nerves a little bit, getting off the mark, and the team picking up their first run. Good start by Mansinya. It's been so important to just get it up there a bit more. The moment all the bowlers, the seam bowlers, have looked to get it that yard fuller, it's made life a bit difficult for the batsman. He set off, eye contact made with the non-striker. He is going to the danger end. Good cricket. In the end, a tight single was simply a stroll. There, that is the area. I mentioned it yesterday, Aslam, that Mozambican side, they're no real superstars, but they're all heart, all effort. You do feel that they're thoroughly enjoying their experience. Let's hope they take home a lot out of this tournament, which I'm sure they will.
Victor, the gentleman from Cameroon, we interviewed him earlier this afternoon during their batting innings and met him at lunchtime, and one of the chats was that you need to take as much video footage as possible and analyze it, but don't just analyze it in amongst yourselves, but get some senior voice in there to help really get into the finer details of dismissals, of bowling, of the way you're batting, of the way they batted and the way they approach the game, because really that's the only way they can take the step up. So remember, Mozambique won the toss, they elected to bowl, and hopefully that type of analysis will also help them fast-track their cricket. It's the same way going to the nets, working your butt off for 2 hours, but nobody's really given you a match type of situation in your head to like concentrate on during the nets. So it has to be purposeful. There has to be something you're looking for as an end result, even at the end of a net session. Oh, just wide of the wide slip. Could have gone to hand, and with the bowler, fielder hanging on to the ball there. Good judgment for the second run, well taken.
Yes, it's not often the best and hardest worker that makes it. It's no guarantee. It's the smartest one who puts in the hard work. Now the men on the boundary, particularly on the leg side of the left-hander now, they will have to deal with the wind, so they're thrown into a stiff wind. Batters will take it into consideration as well. They don't want to really take on the slower bowlers into the wind. So the bowlers will have to think which end, and the captain, which end the bowler is going to bowl from.
It's a lovely pickup stroke, but generally what happens is sometimes you feel you've middled it, you've done well with it, and then it goes straight to hand. This one, unfortunately, it's spun away from the fielder, unable to block that, and 4 runs to Motlanka. The other thing to mention, Daryl, is the pitch that we've been playing from, or we've been watching from this morning, has moved 2 across to our right, which means the boundary to the western end is that much more closer, almost by about 9 meters. So for the left-hander who's on strike now, as you'll see in your picture, his offside boundary is the shorter of the 2. Good single. Well run, Mr. Nihonde. Good call. And also, if you're hitting to the, well, in the left-hander's case, if he was hitting to the leg side, it's a boundary that's longer by 9 meters. So I'm sure the batsmen and the coaches will have worked it out. Chaps, if you're looking for the big hit when we're desperate, it has to be on the western end. Here's another look at that single. Batsman out of your picture.
So the western end, where the right hand is on strike now, will be over the leg side. So he's offside, it's 9 meters longer. But will the wind coming from the west side cancel the advantage in terms of should I hit with or against the wind? Because with the wind, it's the longer boundary. Am I making sense, Mr. Kota?
Yes, in fact, I'm watching the trees again and seeing which way they're swaying, but there's so much of wind that it's actually swaying left to right. So I would think that the wind is actually coming across from our left, which is the eastern end, which means the shorter boundary and the wind is to the advantage of the right-handed batsman playing to the leg side. This is impressive by Lourenco because he's got lift of a good length. He's hit the glove on 2 occasions. End of over number 2, 10 without loss. Well, Delo, I can tell you your confusion because when you look at the conditions around you, the trees are swaying from side to side, so it could be from any end. But having walked onto the ground earlier, I actually took a note of it, that most of the wind is gusting from the east. And the 9-meter boundary has been exploited with a lovely looking shot for 4 to start the third over. Not the best ways for Matsinya to start. Lovely stroke by Nehonde.
Nehonde taking advantage of a ball that's too straight. And off the bat you think, well, that's going to be 2. The fielder's going to haul it in. But as we've seen, and not to forget, it's day 5 now, this outfield would have had no watering. It just keeps going. And I hope that's something we see from Botswana and Mozambique, particularly up front here, not to try and overhit the ball and look to use the advantage of a fast outfield, a good pitch, and get the bat on ball, look to time it. I think that's the way to set the tone and to give yourself a chance of getting to that 35. 35 to 40 is a very good start. We have not seen a team win the match up front in the power play yet. When you look back on it, that's where they won it. That's not been the case.
Very true. And just focusing on Matsinya, he's bowled 2 good deliveries. I like the fact that he's actually coming wide of the crease. He's angled his run up. So it does make the batsman unsure of the line. Good straight stuff from the tall bowler. And a good single taken too.
Matsinya, his operation is all about there. Length and line. He's not express pace. He's not going to push you back with anything short. And that has been very noticeable. It's not the first time I said it throughout this tournament. Seen too many batsmen not able to get into the correct position defending on the front foot or even driving, getting across. That's all I would ask him to do. Just hit your areas. Don't think about anything else.
Actually met Alpesh, the Ugandan batsman, yesterday afternoon. He's got the top score of the tournament, 78 of 43. And I had a short, sharp chat with him and actually congratulated him on his innings. He's the left-hander. And I said to him that Daryl Cunningham actually made a note of your batting. Said one of only few batsmen that has actually looked to play straight and hit over the top, not just look for the leg side strokes. And that was impressive. That was one of the impressive aspects of his knock. And he was also one of those that tickled it around on both sides, rotated the strike. 16 without loss after 3.
Did you manage to ask him why he's only debuted in this tournament? That was his second match and he's played the knock.
Hussein Manak.
Thank you, 6. Francisco Kuana. The man who batted quite beautifully yesterday. Got a 50 and could have easily gone through.
And through the hands. He was well positioned right on the edge of the circle. Just a matter of clinging on.
That should have been taken. He'll be disappointed with this. Jaho. Oh man, who took that brilliant run out on the very first morning of the competition. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, this will add to the tally, making it a total of 7 drop catches now. A slight drizzle as well. Fantastic camera work there. Soft hands, right behind it. Confidence. 7 drop catches. In total, 22.
Yeah, the catching is something that's so important. They always talk about the old cliche, catches win matches, and it's spot on. Really critical that they hold their catches. There's some grey sky in the distance. Quite windy though.
Oh! Right in front of the stumps, and perhaps there's bat to that.
Yeah, I suspect that may have pitched outside the line of leg stump. And if that's the case, especially the bowler's bowling over the wicket, and that's immediately going through the umpire's mind. Yes, pitched outside the line of leg. Karabo Matlanka, can he take advantage and capitalize that dropped opportunity? He would really like to bat through the innings here, the skipper. He's actually batted nicely. He's flowed quite beautifully. Very strong squeeze of the wicket. And a few boundaries.
Swing and a miss. And he is the very first person to tell us that how he starts is very important for his side. Captain up front, opening the batting, 29 of 20.
The final power play over. He's being positive, but I do think that if somebody can bat for bulk of the overs, and he can do that, they can get a substantial total.
Just short.
May just have carried. I'd love to have a look at that again. Was a difficult chance, but I think it may have carried. Yeah, got 2 hands to it, and right there it's still up, and good camera work.
Lunge forward, plenty of confidence in the captain. He's not short of experience, having featured in the 2015 ICC World Cricket League Division 6 tournament. He did feature for Botswana, and the previous power plays and how Botswana has operated. They'll be pretty pleased with their efforts this afternoon. 26 for 1 against Uganda, 41 for 2 against Ghana, 41 for no loss in the first 6 overs. Most notably, 15 dot balls, 15 singles.
Yeah, 41 for no is a good score. Really is. It's something they can build on. I think they'll be pretty pleased with that, and even more importantly, they haven't lost a wicket. Well, they've had 2 chances, and both skipper. He was dropped twice. Once by that man on your screen, Zhao Ho, and once by the Mozambican skipper in the covers.
Still talking about Motlanka and the experience that he brings to the side. Someone who was trusted with the captaincy at such a young age. At 23, having made his debut in 2019. Along the lines, that experience has to count for something. Full, down the ground.
Fumble, and they're going to come through for 2. Good running. Good awareness by the batters. And you've got to be keeping an eye on the fielders. As soon as it's a bubble, you can come through for the second. But you've got to be ready for it and be looking for that second.
Yeah, outside off stump. If there's width, then you've got to take the width on offer. Couple of bounces and it's 4 runs.
That's well played. I think what was impressive here is he went through with it. You can see just extending the arms and going through with the shot. He didn't stop on it. Lovely stroke. Straight back over the bowler's head. And look at that. Releasing the hands straight through the ball.
And only having made his first-class debut, Motlanka, this year, in January, for the Tuskers, in the Zimbabwe Logan Cup League. We always talk about it. That's where you learn your craft in first-class cricket. Soft hands. That's where you learn your skill set as a batter, as a bowler. Then it all comes out in the shorter format. So he made his debut first in T20 internationals, and then a couple of years later making his debut in first-class cricket. And I feel that's generally the case with most players in these associate nations.
Well, the challenge for associate nations is that they don't play first-class cricket in their country. So that's your biggest challenge. With him, he's had to go to Zimbabwe in order to do that, which gives him that additional experience. Yeah, it'll be a single, maybe even 2 if they run hard. No, they're going to settle for the 1.
The interesting part about that is that the way he got his debut was because plenty of Zimbabwe players in that league in Zimbabwe were called up for national duty. End of the over, 49 for no loss. And so perhaps opportunities can come like that, where in the stronger regions like Zimbabwe and Kenya, where they've got a strong setup of first-class cricket, when such players are called for national duty, they can find an opportunity.
I think it would be fantastic if some of these players in these associate nations could come and play cricket in South Africa, don't you think? Franchise teams, semi-pro teams. If that could open up, that would be amazing. I think there's a few players here that I can think of that could certainly play and make some of the South African franchise teams. Certainly 1 or 2 I can think of immediately.
Juma, the bowler from Uganda, one of them, top of my mind. Irfan as well, wicket-keeper from Kenya. Slight adjustment.
Most wickets in 4+ in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the leg spin of Maisuria from Botswana. 2 matches, 5 wickets. 50 up on the board for Botswana. And there's a clear and evident gap between club, varsity, semi-pro, professional cricket, and first-class cricket, rather. And I get the idea that perhaps having them over in Zimbabwe and perhaps Kenya, perhaps Namibia as well, who's also featured in World Cups, which is a result of their first-class cricket. Way, that's close.
Bold. That's gone straight through. Whoa, that wasn't too far away. You can understand why Koana's on his knees there, is because he doesn't know how that missed the stumps. Yeah, beautifully bowled.
You reckon the pitch has played its part today with the quicks? New surface for the next 4 days, or the remainder of this tournament. We saw how lively it was on day one. With the hairline cracks.
Good running. He's coming back for the second. That's excellent running. Brilliant. Putting pressure on the fielders. From a fielding perspective, that should never have been 2, just a 1. If I was a fielding captain, I wouldn't be too pleased with that, but wonderful running. We look at the batter turning there. Nahone. Yes, brilliant. Every run counts.
Low scoring on the first day of this tournament. Thereafter, totals were around 100 mark, and by day 4 we're seeing totals around 165. And so perhaps it became an easier surface to play on for batters.
Yeah, it did. I think, you know, from the first morning it looks like it was getting flatter and easier and nicer to bat on. This one looked like it's jagged back, but then that's the difference between a new strip that they're using today and the one they used for the previous 4 days. You can see that's certainly jagged back on his elbow, the arm. And I tell you what, if it hits that little funny bone there, it's not too funny. Very painful.
Clears the front foot. 2 is the call. 1 for the arm, and that's what pressure does. A fumble. Interesting watching them prepare for this match on the far side. Mozambique working on their groundwork. That's a disappointment there, as they spent a lot of time working on these sort of drills. Make note of the shoes once again. There's no grip. And so for there's no grip, it plays psychologically. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot through the gap, 4 runs.
That's a new record for Botswana. First wicket. 56.
Looking for the gaps.
Was 56. So the record was 56. This has just been eclipsed. It's 59 now for the first wicket.
8 overs gone, 59 for no loss. A better start for Botswana. Suraj Colliery, we've seen a bit.
Spin into the attack. Spinners should enjoy this breeze, 6, because once you get it up in the air and ball will drift, it may dip. So spinners generally do enjoy a lovely breeze.
Just a touch, that's it.
That's going to be a challenge for the right-hander, targeting that mid-wicket boundary immediately. There's 2 men set right on the edge of the circle, but there is a man out in the deep at cow corner. And in saying that, the man who was at square leg is being sent back to deep square leg, deep mid-wicket region. It's the dimensions that now come into play. The spin option coming from the other side. We've moved from the pitch that was closest to the mid-wicket boundary. So asking him to go for those big shots. Still searching for his first wicket, Dima, of the tournament. 3 men on the boundary, on the leg side. Slapped onto the ground. Through the covers to pick up a single. No, they want two.
Yeah, another fumble doesn't help the Mozambican cause here. There's been a lot of fumbles. Also, so important to attack the ball. Notice he was standing on the boundary and didn't really move, waited for the ball to come to him, which gives the batters more time.
And in watching them warm up and going through the drills, I picked up that there's a number of them who don't have spikes. Spikes are playing shoes with the grip underneath.
They're looking for two again here. Yeah, brilliant.
Again, there's a slight slip there from the fielder collecting the ball. So psychologically, perhaps that's why we're seeing the fumbles. He's thinking, how am I going to get grip on the ground first to actually pick up the ball?
Yeah, almost all of them have sneakers. They play mostly on Astro.
Half stop. There's another slip again.
And if there was a little bit of a drizzle, which we saw, that's just going to grease things up a bit, and the surface will be a touch slippery. So the boots and the spikes, the sneakers that they have on, become an important factor now. Out in the middle when they're batting, that also could be quite dangerous.
Leg side boundary, well protected. 3 men on the ropes. Point. They certainly look lively in their warm-up. Plenty of words, encouragement, very vocal. Botswana just going about their processes. On the back foot, Mohlanka. Looking to wrap up this opening over of his spell, Dima. Still searching for his first wicket. Thickish edge, a bit of a fumble, slips again, struggles to get grip to get up, but manages to get on his feet. Another slip. Eventually the over comes to an end. 6-7 for no loss. Plenty of flight. Slips there. I mean, we talk about player safety, head concussions. Physio has to come on and perform a ding-dong test. But in saying that, if Delstain's bowling or Kagiso Rabada's bowling at 150 clicks and you walk onto the park without a helmet, the umpire doesn't say anything. You do that at your own risk. If you come field without the spikes and you slip and the danger's that off, umpires can't do anything about it.
I have one question. What's a ding-dong test?
What day of the week is it? One. Can you see how many fingers I've got up? I would assume that's a ding-dong test. So even though we're looking after the players, there's not much the umpires can do in terms of protecting players who don't have such equipment. Fantastic. Fantastic delivery.
Very well bowled. He's caused a few problems in the previous over. Francisco Kuana. A few balls to leave the left-hander to the right-hander. He got a couple of balls to jag back. So he's hitting the surface nicely, isn't he? Perhaps maybe also surface may have just spiced up a little with the drizzle.
That's a good line. And what he doesn't want to do is give Mohlanka any width. Any left-handers looking for the ball that's coming across, looking for the width. He's kept a tight line, a good length. Not sure whether to come forward or just lap it around the corner. Pitching it outside leg stump and pushing it across. That's the idea. And then the challenge of the right-hand, left-hand combination that they have, Botswana.
It's still drizzling, so sprinkling, greasing up the surface, the pitch. Lovely. Lots of runs in that particular area in one-day cricket, limited overs cricket. Any width, batters will run it down to third man.
Unless if you're Joe Root with the red ball. He fancies that third man region.
.26 to the over, so that's a decent run rate. Projected score is 145. They can get to 150. I think they give themselves a very good chance at 9 and over. They can take it beyond 150, and of course 11 and over. But having still not lost the wicket, they can look to accelerate from here on in.
2 is the call. Run the first one hard. Yeah, the projected score with the current run rate suggests that they would get to 146. But you almost have to add another 20 runs normally with more established sides because of the 10 wickets in hand. Hence then we push it towards that 160. Because somewhere along the line, one player then has to open up and free the arms. Good bowling. On the money corner to a lively Motlanka this afternoon. Look of determination in his eyes. So yeah, he'll also be mindful that at this rate 146, but with the start that he's had and Nohanda on the other side, surely anything above 150 they'll be happy with.
You know, one thing about cricket, being a captain, it's so important to lead from the front on the field. Generally in life, sometimes it's good to lead from the back, but in cricket, it's very important on the field to lead from the front.
Yay! Hello! It's slightly darker now, but does well to evade or shrug that off. Nohanda. End of the over, 10 gone, 73 for no loss. A change in commentary. Aslam Kota, Daryl Cunningham.
Yeah, that's a good one to liven up the batsman and to remind him that it may be 10 overs, but I'm very much in this contest against you. I will also reiterate once again, I don't think they face this type of quality bowling or this type of pace often enough to be able to handle it. But nevertheless, the openers have put together a score of 73, and it's been a very workmanlike one. I thought at one stage, having got such a wonderful start after the 6 overs, that one of them may have just looked to take on the responsibility of taking the attack to the bowlers and look to score 15, maybe even 20 runs and over. They haven't done that. Perhaps now, or not in the too distant future, we'll see that happen. Daryl Cullinan's alongside me for the next 5 overs.
We spoke earlier about Motlanka and the importance that he will play in this innings. Now I hope, just to follow up on your question there, Aslam, that he's not the man who decides, right, he's got to take it upon himself and look to do that something but extra. The moment that he has tried to, that's when he's looked vulnerable. When he's just looked to play proper cricket shots, he's been good. I think it's going to be this man, Nohanda. I feel that they need to push it on. They've got to now bat around the captain. I'm a big believer in that. And when the opportunity at the right time, Motlanka can look to accelerate and take his game further. But he gets out, and then you, after such a great start, you're 2 down, 2 new batsmen. But when you're going so well as Motlanka is, and you feel confident, and everyone that's ever played the game, there'll be a lot of thoughts racing through your mind. Can I? Should I? Scoreboard pressure. Where should we have been? We spoke about certain things.
Catch it!
that should drop short. It's just never a case of, and that's the beauty of cricket, Aslam. You don't have time to call time out and right, let's think about this. You're making decisions in 20, 30 seconds, and often your decision can change when the bowler's running in. It's very much a game, emotional control. It's a great teacher.
Points well made, and they probably also have a target in mind. The running has been exceptional between this pair, and in some of the cricket we've seen over the number of days. So there was a bit of a light sprinkle. There are early season showers expected and forecast. Hopefully it doesn't spoil this tournament, which has had such fine weather since last week Thursday. He's gone across the line. It was certainly Nhondo who was given the task, and it's been dropped. Perfect from a bowler's point of view. He's induced the stroke. He knows that Nhondo is forcing the pace, as Daryl Cullinan was just saying a moment ago, and unfortunately it means that they remain wicketless after 11 overs. 80 for no.
The fielder at the square leg boundary, he's right in view of where we are sitting, and he looked good at this stage. He looked good, he was set, he was steady, but those hands, he never had his hands in the correct position early on. It's almost as if they were there and he clutched at it, grabbed at it, and just hit hard hands, and that's what happens. It just bobbles out.
9 catches they've dropped so far, Mozambique, in the tournament, and you got the feeling there that Nhondo had said, well, I'll just complete this run because it looks like it's going to be a longer walk out to the pavilion, and then sees the catch dropped. What a lovely lofted sweep shot that was, and that is the longer boundary, so hard luck for the bowler.
The length was right for that shot, so I don't have a problem with what he was attempting there.
Correct.
Botswana, that is an excellent start. This is what they would have wished for, 80 without loss. At 11 overs, teams talk about, well, that's when you can double your score. That's what you should be looking to do. They can't be thinking less than 150. There he's gone again, the right-hander. And he's hit this more successfully, more out the middle, and it's gone very far.
Oh, this is a fabulous pickup shot. In the arc, mind made up, and he's hit it beautifully. It's gone a long way, halfway up into that mini grandstand over mid-wicket. This is the best start in the tournament, also the best score in the first 10 overs, wicketless, 73 for no. They've got it all going for them. Really play the opposition out of the game right now, and what a fine stroke by Nhondo. Oh, this is straight up. It's come off the face of the bat, and the keeper does magnificently. That is such a well-judged catch. You expected that something was going to give, because the batsman, on Nhondo in particular, was given the instructions, go for it. And in the quest for getting runs for his team, he's holed out. But what a good start, 86 for 1.
He's done his job with his opening partner. He had just hit a sixth, first ball of the over beautifully set up. Maybe the adrenaline still going, so he decides on a second. Good catch there, and the man at deep square is going to rush over to the keeper and say thank you as the rain starts to fall. Nhondo, that's been entertaining, 41 of 36. Groundsman on standby. Groundsman staff about to make sure the covers are ready.
Yeah, if we turn up the stump, Mike, you can actually hear the rain droplets on the pitch. They shouldn't take too long, because there is time in the day. I'd prefer that they cover the surface. Hopefully it's going to be a passing shower. I must say it's very high. It has grade over the top, but it's not a typical high-felt early season type of weather. But I always prefer, here's another look at that catch. Well judged, he watched it all the way. Not the easiest of catches overhead, and he's lifted the spirits of his team. they needed something special. The wicket-keeper's given it to them, Emilio.
That's considered the most difficult catch in cricket for an outfielder, because you're having to turn, the ball's behind you, you're having to look up. Either it's coming directly over your head or from your left or your right shoulder. Okay, so now is this an opportunity for Mozambique with the new batsman at the crease to just pull things back a bit?
Also, the umpires have kept the players on the field, and let me just say that that's a good decision, because suddenly that passing shower has passed over. New batsman, Mabaso, but it's the clinical Mabaso who's continuing to impress in the way he has played. Good throw comes in from the edge of the circle, but he was on the run the moment he played the stroke.
Thank you.
Valentine Mabaso. Here's another look at the lovely stroke. He's not exactly on the edge of the circle, so it's a chancy run, and had it been a direct hit, it would have been a very close call, perhaps even out. As that hit the bat, it seemed a more woody sound, but then if it hits the front part of the boot, which is generally hard, you'd get the similar sound as well. But a good delivery. Good over from Kosa. He's got the wicket. The captain of Mozambique. So often you look at your captains to lift your game. He's got the wicket. He's producing some testing deliveries. Again, he thought he'd be through those defenses of Motlanthe, but unfortunately not. Importantly, from a bowler's point of view, just one run.
Just a reminder, the first ball of the over went for 6. Needs to finish it off well. Last ball so important in any over.
Over, guys.
12 overs bowled, 90 for 1. So the focus here will shift to Motlanthe even more. 45 from 34. Conversation will be around keeping that strike rotating. Motlanthe will want as much of the strike as possible.
It's a case of two captains up against each other. Kosa, who's just completed the over. Motlanthe, who's leading from the front, no doubt. Sense the importance of this occasion, as we said during our build-up. They need to post a win and make sure that they give themselves every chance to qualify. And what a brilliant start. Partnership of 86 for the opening wicket.
If you look at Botswana from the first match, they've grown in confidence. You feel there's been a conversation around freeing themselves up, looking to play their shots. Drew, their leg spinner, after being wicketless in their first match, took 5 yesterday. That's unnecessary, directed extra run just given away. And that'll boost them from a bowling perspective when you've got a classy leg spinner. They may just be, we spoke of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania arrived, Aslam, and they got up to 2 wins immediately. Botswana might just be the ones that sneak in through the back door as they grow in confidence. Their cricket's got better and they may just peak at the right time.
What we've seen in the last game, which they won, and this particular start, is they look an organized lot. It's well played. It's watching this carefully, thinking of 2. Well, just to remind our viewers, 86 was the partnership with this opening pair. 88 has been the best so far in the tournament, and it was Kenya in their match against Tanzania. gust of wind. Watching the pens of the umpires and the fielders. Can't be easy to control the ball in this kind of conditions, especially if you're a spinner. That's nicely played and placed, and he's going to get 4.
Glad you mentioned that you think Botswana is a well-drilled unit. The coach is Joseph Angara. So credit to him, is obviously putting in some good work here. Ever so slightly raining. Little less than a drizzle, but it is about, and I wonder at what stage the umpires might just come over and have a chat. I hope not, because this is still playable.
Confirmation. Only after a 30 minutes lapse of play will mean overs will be reduced. So hopefully that doesn't happen, because we're reaching the important stages of this competition, and this is an important match. Overcalled, 13 gone, 96 for 1. There's so much of a wind that's swirling about. At one stage earlier, it was drizzling gently towards our right. Now when you call it again, Daryl, it's coming from the other end, you know, going across. So lots of wind about.
No, don't ask me, Aslam. You had me completely rattled, and I was trying to work it out for myself, and I just couldn't get it right. So I'll leave the weather report, the wind, the rain. I'll leave it all to you and take your word for it.
Oh, almost played on. Wicketkeeper, and attempting to chase it down, has missed it, but fortunately they stay for 1. Now another ricochet allows them to pull through for 2, and that allows Nhlanhla to retain strike, and he's too short of we'll get confirmation if he is too short of, in fact he is too short of 50, too short of what will be his third 50. And Botswana's total too short of 100. 98 for 1 into the 14th over. It's brightening up against Daryl. Don't ask me how or why. Down the leg side. Come on, Captain Kosa. Continue to trouble these batsmen. So he's about 7 runs short of being the top run scorer in the tournament. Good head on his shoulders, even during interviews at the toss. Well bowled.
When you watch him play like this, you wonder why he hasn't scored more 50s. He's played 14 games. This should be his 3rd. But I hope it gives him a lot of confidence. If he is to go on, get 50 here, he can push that certainly on to closer to 70, 80. Scores the most runs in the tournament, and this will be the 50. Very well played from Nhlanhla, leading from the front, and that's a well played half century, and appreciated by a small crowd and his teammates. There are some back there.
Yeah, that included 5 4s and 1 6. And he's got hold of the loose deliveries, and he's dispatched this beautifully, just wide of that sweep on the offside. Placed pretty square, and he had no chance to get round to that.
What I like about his batting, Aslam, is that he moves onto off stump, and he's probably been the best so far in getting behind the ball, playing from that middle and off, which allows him to play better through the offside. Back of a length, he can, with this extra bounce, he can work it through the onside. Too many players just stayed leg side of the ball. Well, there's no bounce and it's pretty flat. That's not a bad call, but where there is bounce, you need to be playing from behind the ball. It would be interesting to find out where he's learnt his cricket.
You just took that thought out of my mind, because I want to ask him if and when I get a chance, exactly that question. This is a very good delivery. Well, this is how he got to his 50. A knee-height full toss, took the invitation, got the boundary, and acknowledges a well-played 50. And now he plays a deft little glide down to the third man area for a single. The other thing to mention is over his score, 14 complete, 106 for 1. They're scoring at a healthy 7.6 runs and over. They'll need to get it to at least 9 and 10 to make absolutely sure that they play Mozambique out of the game. Presently, at this rate, they'll get to 151, which is the psychological mark we've always been talking about. But I expect that they'll get to 160 plus. The other thing to so the partnership. So if they get to 108, this will be the highest wicket for Botswana for any wicket. What a nice time to do that in a international competition.
In a big match, and a match which could well take your team into the top 4. And Motlanthe with 55 not out now, that takes him to being the top run scorer in the tournament.
Well, one other point about Motlanthe before we make way for the next set of commentators is, the other question is, how often have you betted on a turf pitch? And that to me is obviously very vital. And I'm sure as time goes, they'll play and be exposed to these type of conditions a whole lot more. And the fact that they play qualifiers in other parts of the world, including the UAE, where they do have decent facilities.
That's a very good point, Aslam. No top player has become a top player on poor surfaces. All the very best wickets we think of T20 cricket, you think of India, absolutely flat, consistent in bounce, not so much the pace of the pitch, but you want consistency in bounce, so you trust it and you know when to go back, when to go forward. The moment it's not there, and particularly with young kids, you cannot get a good technical game out of them. There's a fear of being hit, and here the opportunity to play more and more, as you mentioned, and I hope that it's something they feel very strongly about in their own cricket, domestic cricket. All the bells and whistles may not be there, but that's 22 yards. You can produce consistent bounce, and that is all you need to produce good cricketers.
Well, Bazo, since he's come in, has really thrown his bat at a lot of strokes on offer. Somehow he hasn't found the boundary often enough. He looks a fine striker of the ball. End of the 15th over, 112 for 1. Time for
I'll be looking for 2 again, and I think they're going to get it. Oh, there's a direct hit. Direct hit. This is going to go upstairs. Now, the direct hit always gives you that extra split second or 2 of an advantage. Sometimes the batter thinks they've made it or going to make it, but the direct hit just swings things in the fielder's favor. Here we go. Ah, he's out by a meter. He's out by a meter. He shouldn't even be sticking around. Not for that. Brilliant bit of fielding. So, sadly for Botswana, the man who looked like he wanted to bat through and did a brilliant job so far for his team, Karabo Motlanthe, skipper, 56 of 42 deliveries, is dismissed by a run out. 113 for 2 of Botswana.
Motlanthe. As we make our way into the commentary box, you depart. Just as I was enjoying this innings and keen to see how you'd go about the final 5 overs, would he free the arms? He's gone, 56 of 42. A very entertaining 56. Here's the run out, hit down the ground, straight to the man who approached the ball. Key thing, he approached the ball. One hand gathered, threw right at the stumps. And you feel the first person to know all about it was Motlanthe. He has a proper delivery. Hands on head.
Suddenly the body language has changed. There's a lot of banter, a lot of encouragement. And the Mozambique fielders, you can hear them. You can hear them encouraging the bowlers, one another.
Bit of a laboured run up and it's dispatched towards cow corner. Full at the stumps. Mbazo clears the front foot, gets the connection. No need to run. 6 runs. No. They're gonna need to find a boundary each over now going forward. Maybe 2 and over.
That's right, very quickly we're into the final phase of the innings, the death phase. And there we go, 9 and over, 155.
Okay.
So they should be looking now for a few big hits, some boundaries. Bowlers have got to be wary of the lengths they bowl. If they can get it a touch fuller, don't allow batters to get under the ball, because that's where you can disappear into the grandstand. Apasi is the new batter in.
Drilled down the ground.
Throw.
It will be the single to end the 16th over, 120 for 2. Now listening to Aslam Kota alongside Daryl Cullinan talking about turf versus an actual pitch, concrete pitches. As we look at the projected scores, 150, 156, 164, that's where they should finish on. Anything above, a bonus for Botswana.
Correct. In the last 4 or 5 overs, you should be looking at least 10 and over, especially if you've got wickets in hand, balls flying around, it's quick outfield, the ball's coming onto the bat nicely, so they should be looking at close to 160. I think they'll be disappointed if they don't.
Because the argument in what they were talking about is, in primary schools, in most primary schools in South Africa, practice is in the nets, on concrete. And on Wednesdays for the T20 matches, you go out and play on the pitch. You practice again on Thursday on the concrete. Saturday you've got a 50-over match on the actual pitch. What age should we start looking at actual practice pitches for youngsters?
As soon as possible, I reckon. I mean, the only thing is the practical consideration is that, you know, it's not easy. Most clubs, if I look at Premier League clubs in Johannesburg, a lot of them don't have turf pitches. It's just not practical. It's costly to maintain. You need a groundsman, you need a roller, you need... This is hammered. Beautiful hit over extra cover. This is really a scintillating stroke. He's managed to get under it. Again, it's the length and a bit of width off it as well. Very well played. But it really is the practical consideration, and I think there's costs involved as well. So your Astro surfaces tend to be the most practical, cost effective. They last for a long time. And so it's important to get them onto turf as soon as possible. You can practice on both, and you know, when I coach, I tend to use the Astro surfaces to practice more back foot stuff, mostly the short balls.
Looking for connection. Long on. Dive in vain. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's gone wide of Madon on this, or long on this occasion. They try and go more mid-wicket area, and he succeeded. So the boundaries are flowing now. Somehow Mozambique have got to find a way to stem the flow of runs here, stop the bleeding, because otherwise they're going to be chasing 170 if it continues like this. But yeah, to come back to that discussion, it is very important, and if you can get a turf pitch, a decent one that's rolled nice and flat, it teaches kids, gets them into good habits, particularly batters.
Didn't quite get it, and it's taken. Gee, they're taking the difficult catches. They're taking the difficult catches, and they've clung on to the second one.
Yeah, he's hit this firmly, but it's uppish, and the cover's a little deeper. That's been taken. Good catch. Held onto it for dear life. And they needed to try and just stop the flow of runs, and it was that man Mbazo who was flowing. 27 of 21 he ends up with. 128 for 3. Botswana.
Width outside off stump, and so why not go for the drive, go for extra cover? It's the elevation that he doesn't get. Gets the top half of the bat turns in his hand, and body on the line, elbows, anything you can, just catch it.
He found a way to hold on to it. Yeah, as long as it doesn't touch the ground, that's good enough. So Jaho picks up the wicket.
Balakrishnan walks to the crease after another excellent effort from Simango, who's been lively today, not just with ball, also had a run-out opportunity and a fantastic catch taken in the covers. Choose the call. Slips again. Outfield, in fact, for the past 30 minutes, we've had a persistent drizzle. Not so much to send the players off the field. Edge, taken. Right on the edge of the circle. Right on the edge of the circle.
Jaho picks up another one. They are certainly trying to hit a boundary ball at the moment. And Balakrishnan top edges that one. Simple catch for the man with backer point.
Yeah, it's almost a similar cliche like in football. Games in hand don't mean points. Wickets in hand doesn't mean that you'll go past that projected score as Botswana lose yet another wicket. They're fourth on 130. You may have a good start at the turn of the first 10, in which they did, Botswana, and you felt they would be targeting around 160. Now, how do they manufacture these 30 runs that they're searching for? Inzima muster. And he musters something with an average of just under 17. A high score of, well, in fact, his total runs in T20 cricket after 4 matches only being 33.
Yeah, again, just having a look at that dismissal, you can see Balakrishnan trying to play across the line and swing to the leg side. That ball was about off stump or perhaps outside off stump. Be much better off just going straight over the bowler's head or maybe over the offside somewhere.
drilled. Down the ground, past the bowler, past the umpire. The two fielders at long on and long off just pierces them. 4 runs. A way to get off the mark for Chose. Again, it's wide and it's low and requires just the bottom half of the bat. Plenty of power behind it. 17 overs gone, 134 for 4.
Sun is out. 6. So 11 fours, 3 sixes. So we've seen a few boundaries and some good entertainment. 34 dot balls. It's been a very busy innings from Botswana. Can they finish strong here?
Deep square leg being brought into the circle. Deep cover. Third man, long on, long off. Top edge. It's up in the air. Third man. Wow! A complete contrast to some of the catches that they've put down in this competition, and boy have they taken some screamers.
Yeah, so there's a few questions been asked here about whether that catch bounced or not. And I saw the umpire having a chat with the fielder. Let's have a look at this. Batter certainly walked off, but the non-striker I noticed had a good look and perhaps a bit of a comment or something to say. So Pasi now, have a look at this, he stopped. And I just wonder if it may be worth the umpire referring this upstairs. Have they given it out? I think they have.
For the effort, why not? Abbas gone without scoring. So such a similar catch in the Royal London final, where a brilliant catch was taken in the air. And upon contact with the ground, the ball made contact even though it was in the hand. So the decision had to be reversed. Here it is. Hands, head, eyes on ball.
Oh, that's touched the ground. I do think that should have been reviewed, and I think the umpires needed to be quicker there. Although the batter walked off, or was walking off, I think the umpire should have stopped him and asked for a review. They do have cameras, everything's there, so yeah, perhaps maybe a review there would have helped. It certainly touched the ground.
Crawling back here, Mozambique. Fantastic delivery. They'll be disappointed with how they've started. I say how they started. It was Mutlanka on the charge. Didn't particularly bowl well to him, but even in his innings, Mutlanka was improvising, staying leg side. Big drive. Yeah, that's the call. They want one, just to keep rotating the strike. And often at times when you haven't started well, you look for something. And that wicket of Mutlanka might have buoyed them up and given some hope of keeping this total below 150. Dug out. Two's the call. Slight slip. Confusion in the middle. Wicketkeeper misses the ball and misses the stumping.
There was a chance there. Emilio, the wicketkeeper, a clean pickup from him. It looked like the batter was struggling to get back.
Hit hard. Quick release was required at the wicketkeeper's end, and the wicketkeeper doesn't do his job. This one's flicked over. Square leg, one bounce. Loud calling between these two.
Kosa's bowling his final over, 2 for 33 so far. Jaho with the other end, 2 for 22. They both picked up 2 wickets apiece.
Walks towards the ball. Off the knee. And so it will allow these two to come back for 2. End of the over. Seems to be a short run picked up by the umpire. And so it will remain on 140 for 5.
So Silas is the batter that's come in, and he played some useful innings in both Botswana's matches so far. Real busy cricketer, runs hard, puts pressure on the fielders, and did play some lovely strokes as well in the previous innings. So this is the short run. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I guess he needed to get over the line. That's the key. Is you've got to get something on the other side of the line. Good camera work. The bat was on the line and well spotted there.
The final 2 overs. It's going to need to be 10 and over from here on to reach 160. Oh, that's it over the bowler, long off, and that's an excellent cricket shot. 6 runs. But you feel the umpires will want to check this one. No need for confirmation. Got underneath it, releases the arms, knows there's a man out there, out in the deep, but backs himself, backs his ability. And that's why it went all the way.
Yeah, so much more effective. You give yourself a good chance when you go with the full blade of the bat straight back over the bowler's head. In this tournament, we've seen so many batters trying to hoik across the line when straight hit like that is a lot more effective. The longer you can present the full face of the bat to the ball, the more chance you're giving yourself. Becomes a high percentage shot as opposed to swinging across the line. More often than not, you will make cleaner contact. Tend to go straight up. That was a good clean hit. Delightful stroke. So now 146. Well, they could be targeting maybe 165, 170. They have a really good over in a bit here.
Oh. Waits for that one. Chose.
Good running by Silas. He was coming back to the danger, and you can see how busy he is, how much pressure he puts immediately as the ball was hit. He was shouting 2, and he came back comfortably. Botswana have done a lot of things right today. I've got to say, the basics, running between the wickets, partnerships.
And even though they started well as they scampered through for the first one, a comfortable second in the end. From a bowling point of view, at the death, you don't really mind going for 10. Yes, it's still way above in terms of 6 and over, 7 and over. But at the back end, teams are targeting 15, 20 runs. So if he can keep it below 10, I think he could be very, very happy with himself. 150 up on the board for Botswana as well. Wide, and it's picked up. That's 6 runs.
Explosive batting. That's a length ball, and at this stage when batters are looking to get under the ball, that's not the right length to bowl, I'm afraid, and he's disappeared.
Clears the front foot, down on one knee. His partner's coming towards him, but he was not running at all. He was sure of what he was doing, and he was sure where the ball was going.
Yeah, once you hit it, you know, don't you, as a batter? You just know it's the sound, it's the feel. Okay, this one's, I'm not going to waste my breath and my time running, and that's disappeared.
And so what this over does then, it puts the bowler who's going to bowl the final ball under pressure. Final over, rather.
Yeah, And if you just look at that stroke, the slow motion of that stroke from a sidearm position, you see him leaning back, the front knee straight, leaning back, getting under the ball.
Edge. 17 runs in this over so far, with a delivery remaining. We spoke about 160, 165. Top edge. Man underneath it and dropped. You saw the legs wobble. And you almost felt he wasn't in control. He wasn't in a good position. The ball went up an eternity.
Now those high ones are not going to be easy with the wind, the way it's blowing at the moment. And I like the calling from Botswana. I heard one of the batters say 2 immediately because he suspected that there was going to be a tough chance and difficult to hold on to, and it proved so. So Joho, fifth catch down from Mozambique. 19 overs bowled, 159 for 5. That was a 19-run over, so big one. They're already in 159, 160 they're closing in on, and well, a 170, 180 could well be possible here. 162 is the highest score in the tournament so far, so it does look like they will eclipse that.
Thank you so much.
25 of 9 deliveries, Chase. That's what they want from the middle order to latter batters. What can you muster with just 10 balls?
Francisco Kuana will be bowling the final over. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 18 so far.
Is this big? It's high, and it's over the ropes. It's 6 more.
Oh yes, it's disappeared onto the embankment. That's a slightly shortish delivery, and top edge that's disappeared. Now, interestingly, Kawana's walked all the way up to Chase and given him a high five. What's that about? Good sportsmanship, I guess.
Perhaps he's asking for a bit of mercy, as a man who was out at deep cover is brought into the circle. Kyle Korda being pushed out.
It's good to have a strong finisher, somebody who can hit a long ball.
That's long and that's big. It's gone with the wind. 6 more. 12 off the first 2.
Wow, this is some serious hitting here. All Kawana can do is stand and admire, look and wonder what happened. He's still standing. Well, now he's slowly trudging back.
Where's the fist bump now?
Now it's a shake of the head, I'm afraid. Yeah, this is actually an interesting shot because it's outside of stump. The length is wrong, of course, but I mean, if I look at the line, it's outside of stump, but it still disappeared over deep backward square leg. It almost looks like a top edge, doesn't it? But wow, effective.
Not the best fielding from the ground staff.
Yeah, we're going to have a chat with our groundsman there.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! No, no! As it's parried over the ropes.
3 out of 3. Well, 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 what's going on here? Some entertainment towards the back end of this Botswana innings. We were looking initially at 160. Suddenly, 18 of the first 3 balls. He wasn't right on the boundary there, Philippe Kosa.
Top edge. Does it have the wheels?
Oh, it is!
No ways! Chaucer turning it on in Benoni, Willowmoore Park.
Whoa. Whoa, he's finding a way to get these balls outside of stump or from outside of stump. Finding a way to hit them over square leg, deep backward square leg, all over the leg side for 6s.
49 of 13. 183 becomes the highest team total thus far in this tournament.
Wow, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Bowler under pressure.
Let's have a look. Look at the line. And how's he doing that? I mean, yeah, I know the wind's playing a part, but he's swinging hard, isn't he?
Now then. Bowler under pressure. His fielders haven't been required yet in this over. And that's straight. That's straight. The last laugh. There it is. He's sending him off. He's pushing him off. You've entertained us.
Yeah, and at last he's got a delivery a bit fuller. I think that's a length. He really needed to bowl a touch fuller. You cannot be bowling length balls at the death, especially when the batter's looking to line you up and hit you and get under the ball. But eventually, Gowana gets one right, full and straight, and that looks like it's crashing into leg stump. So Chaucer's on his way, 49, one away from a 50. 49 of just 14 deliveries.
I tell you what, Chaucer, you put yourself in and amongst some stars of T20 cricket. Yuvraj Singh with a 12-ball 50. Hassan with a 13-ball 50. Colin Munro with a 14-ball 50. You would have been there and about. But it was 49 of 13 deliveries. Well played.
183 for 6.
And that's certainly, without a, send him off. Send him off. Beautiful side
on your bike. In the friendliest of fashion. Good sportsmanship.
Still the most expensive over in this tournament. How can you wrap it up? Stays next side. Can he pierce the gap? And they'll find the first and the second comfortably. Look for the third. Yes, no, no. That's it. What an entertaining innings. An innings divided in two. Motlanka carried them through to the 10th over mark. And from there on, it is always going to be about the firepower that they have. And boy, Chaucer really took them well above 50, 150, well above 160.
And Botswana, having been asked to bat first, posted a total of the highest total so far in the tournament. The target for the Mozambique batsmen, 186. That's a tall order. Can they produce something special to get beyond this total? Umpires making their way to the middle. They were certainly entertained with what we saw. And what I can remind you of is a score of 185 is the 6th highest T20 total at this ground for a team batting first. And we saw some classy batting at the top of the order and some power hitting of the highest order in the lower order. Chose Tatayane was eventually LBW in that last over. It was the highest number of runs yielded in 1 over, 24, including his wicket. And he ended on 49 of just 14, 1-4 and 6 sixes. Power hitting of the highest order, no doubt. Alongside me, Daryl Cullinan. You must have enjoyed that, Daryl?
I certainly did, and I hope all the viewers at home did. This Botswana side must be on such a high now.
That's the man. He has a long arm, no doubt, and a long handle bat too. And he hit it very long, to the longest distances in that this ground has on offer. And this will be long remembered at this particular stadium, more especially in this particular competition. It may yet be the fastest 49 in the tournament. He was one short of joining 5 of the top T20 scorers in world cricket. So that didn't happen. What does that do to an opposition batting team coming in now, to have been at the end of an onslaught like that? Are you already on your back foot mentally?
Jose Belule. Aslam, it's excuse me, it's a question of, well, we know what's in front of us, and these sort of totals, it can intimidate you, but it can also clear the mind in terms of your thinking. We've got to play. Francesco Kuhana, he played well yesterday. He was impressive with some back foot drives, square cuts. Footless. We've seen the pattern of play with the bat being a steady start. Don't lose wickets in the first 6. Keep it going in the middle overs and then give yourself a chance towards the end. But can they find a 49 like that? Are they capable of that?
Play called. I'm going to venture to predict that Francisco Cunha is the man. He was at the receiving end of that blazing number of 6s in that 1 over, and he gave the fellow a wonderful smiling send-off. And now he'll want to really show his response, and we know he's capable. Mozambique off the mark with that single to Pulele. Let's see what Kuana has in mind.
First of all, should be a steady start, and not to have that 180 odd in mind. Get to a position at least to give themselves a chance. We saw Mozambique lose a lot of their wickets against pace yesterday, but yeah, Botswana opting to open with spin. And Kuana looked comfortable against it. He played one of the shots of the tournament because it was this sort of bowler where he just opened up that left foot. In fact, 2, one went behind square, but the one that went for 6, he just, from getting back, opening up that front foot, then followed through and hit it over extra cover off the back foot.
Wait!
Very good start by the spinner. But he's not swished at anything. He's played the ball according to its merit. Has Kuana. Oh, what a start from a bowling point of view. Wickets. Well bowled. 1 without loss after 1.
I would encourage Kuana to try and bat the whole innings. Set that as his goal. That's the reason being because
.31, that was in their first outing. Felipe Antonio got 46 of 38, along with Kuana's 53. So they do have some capable batsmen in their lineup. But the T20 approach is generally, when you're chasing a total anything above 150, your first 6 overs become very important. It's not so much about preserving wickets. You either win it in the first 6 or you throw it away. Let's see their approach. Neatly played. Chose, who's just come off, must have had a quick wash, a drink or two after those 6 sixes, 3 of which came in 1 over. Was it 4 in the 1 over? And now he's sharing the new ball. It's going to come round to the right-handed Bulole. It's an even set field as we expect in T20 internationals. Just the 3rd man in position and then a deep extra cover. Both sweeping on the boundary. It's a good straight drive, but for no runs.
Like the look of that. Nice straight drive. I hear you about those first 6 overs, but just keeping in mind Mozambique, don't think they've got the batting depth. I don't want to find themselves it's all or nothing, and after the first 6 they're 5-6 down. But yes, you can't afford to be slow, but definitely not reckless. For Botswana, let's look to them maintaining good disciplines, lines and lengths, being good in the field. We saw mixture of fielding from Mozambique, some brilliant catches, too many catches dropped, direct hit. And it's and Bulole got 43 in the first game against Ghana. Now straight bat, looking to play through the offside. We spoke about, I'm not sure it was him, but a good few of the Mozambique players had rubbers on and not actual boots. But we do know that back home that they don't play on turf. You can't wear boots on concrete surfaces. Well, there's a reason for everything.
Overcalled. Excellent bowling by Chose in partnership with Wickets. They've just gone for 3 runs in 2 overs. So Bulole, as we've just heard, got 43 as I mentioned earlier, and Francis Kuana has been amongst the runs. And then also Frederico got a very good 40 as well. So much depends on them. Then Zhao Hao also scored 28 in their opening fixture, which they lost, but he looked really good during that innings. Muketsi will continue.
Nice fight.
Now let's rush him. And that's the only reason why he was unable to control that stroke. It really rushed him. Eventually he gets enough bet on it to pick up 1.
That seems to be his approach. Previous delivery, quicker, flatter, tucking the batsman up. This one just a bit more flight. Good idea, those subtle variations.
Yes, and good to see because he's doing it with control from the first over. Oh, that's a glorious stroke. Just backed away to the leg stump, made enough room, saw the flight on offer, and he's dispatched us through extra cover for 4. Top quality stuff.
He's not the prettiest of players, but when it's under the eyes there, he hits it well and he knows where he's hitting it. And he's very strong in that area. Teams will do well to take note that don't offer him anything that's full or an opportunity to hit it down the ground. That's where he's looking to go. That sort of flat batted over the bowler's head, and then when it's full into out or square of the wicket. Very good eye, and he just looks such a determined fella. He's well, any chance that being out if the back foot was up.
I think a side-on view of this is going to be very interesting. Daryl, he's gone for the big hit. Oh, he's got his back foot back in time. Good glove work.
I don't do that when I play. Okay.
I quite enjoy the square leg umpire, Michael Moller, because we've seen this before where if he thinks it's not out, he doesn't go upstairs. You see many an umpire would just automatically refer that.
Oh yes, Mula. Mula. Over.
Now you know why he's been given the ball to open the innings. Very impressive. 2 overs, none for 9. 11 without loss after 3. Huge target of 186. And we saw some quality batting at the top of the order when Botswana were out in the middle. Wickets is satisfied with his work so far.
That's working very well for Moketsia, taking it across the right-handed Bulele. Doesn't allow him to play square of the wicket, even in the mid-wicket region. He has a slip in place. But just in terms of those referrals, just think of the IPL where everything now is getting referred. Decisions, calls for LBW, run-outs, breaks. Innings now approaching 4 hours. It's never been the purpose when it comes to T20 cricket.
And yet it's the umpires that demand teams to finish the innings in 2.5 hours. So I heard you saying that at the beginning of the tournament, and that was an interesting comment and observation about what's going on in the tournament. I know it's all about being sure of yourself and that you don't want to be responsible for a touch and go decision. But there are times like Mr. Moller here where you know he's not out. Get the game, let it continue, let it flow.
Wait!
This is absolutely brilliant bowling. Del, he's not bowled it anything more than 6 inches outside the off stump. Or is it 8 centimeters?
But when you first look at it, you question it because he has no one back on the leg side. So even straight, when I mean straight middle stump, that can be worked through the onside. And if it's foolish on that line with no one back straight, you can go straight over the mid-on's head, even clipped over mid-wicket. So he's got to be spot on.
And his 2 boundary riders on the offside. And he'll bring the one into play with that lovely little touch.
And he's bowling from fairly wide. So a tactic here for both these batters may be to get right onto off stump. From fairly wide means the LBW is going to be virtually impossible. It's almost got to be a full toss, which hits the batsman on his ankle. And you may just have him thinking, oh, well, he has an opportunity to get him LBW, hit the stumps. And he may go too straight, and that will offer a run. But I think Stanley still is not really working with this accuracy. Again, spot on. As the day 1 pitch has gone on this strip compared to what we had on the first 4 days, this has played exceptionally well. I think it's played better, Aslam.
I agree. We've seen value for strokes. And it's been a little more tougher for the bowlers, I think, because there isn't too much of movement. We haven't seen too much of turn. I know it's a fresh pitch, but the way it's come onto the bat, it has played beautifully. And as a batsman, I know that you picked it up very early, very quickly. Oh, what a wonderful over. Just a single coming off that, would you believe? 4 overs complete, 13 without loss. And for those of you joining us on this special broadcast, it was Mozambique that won the toss. They elected to, just a final look at this delivery, getting it to sway away from that right-hander's bat to finish yet another tidy over. He's having a good game, this fellow, Chose. and that betting card. So been asked to bet first. Karabo, Botswana. My word, he's invited the batsman for the with that flight on offer, but there may just be an element of a little bit of sway or swing in the air, and that's why the batsman's not too sure of himself.
Well, we know Kuhan is going to look for that offside. He's prepared to challenge him, get it up there. Or the other option may be just persist with that flatter, straighter line, look to tuck him up, and perhaps he'll go too square and get bowled through the gate. Only 3 men on the onside, so he's got a little short fine leg mid-wicket, deep mid-on, and he has 4 behind, 1 behind point, 3 in front of square in the cover region, but no one back there. Fractionally short, and Kuhan has shown that he's not only capable of getting it through the offside, but that fraction short of a delivery, delivered from way back, and that's even made it easier for him to pull it away.
Yes, and that's a sign of a good batsman, because you know that you're looking to attack all the time in this format, but you have to latch onto the loose one, and he's just done that after good bowling from both ends, Daryl. Good firm hit, but they've got a backup there to keep it down to a single. So yeah, as you were saying, for both right-handers, 4 in the inner single circle, saving 1 slip, long off, and then 3 on the leg side, short fine leg, mid-wicket. Beautiful bowling. Do you reckon he's getting a bit of the wind helping that flight along?
Definitely. It's a new ball, so if it does have an opportunity, it will drift, the shine. But he can't be forced to be bowling down there. That's just gone on with the arm. His first bad ball should be signalled by the umpire, and for wides. His first loose delivery.
Well, already in the early overs with that huge total which they're chasing. Bowl him, he's deserved the wicket. He's been exceptional, he's been great. He's been a thinking spin bowler, and he's been a joy to watch, and he's got the break. Now I was about to say at 9.2 was the target set from a run rate point of view. It's now gone over 10. The pressure is on. There's the drift, Daryl. Beautiful.
The drift will set them up, and Bolele, they're caught on the crease, not forward, straight through the gate. He's out for 4, and Mozambique now 22 for 1. Just keep an eye out. Shape of the ball's good, which allows it to drift, and for Bolele, all wrong there. Not forward, gap between bat and pad. He played some entertaining looking drives. It's a pity to see him out, but credit to the bowler there. Had it all. Drift, bounce, straight through the gate.
Time for a commentary change. One is still there, and he holds the key to the Mozambique innings. Zhao Hao comes in at 1 down today, and Hussein Minik and Sik Sochalelwa will also be 1 down in the commentary.
I thought he got the ball.
Thank you, Aslam. 22 for 1. 5 overs delivered, bowled. 1 remaining of the power play. That required run rate is moving up fast. 10.9 to the over.
T20 cricket all around as Mozambique continue their way towards 164 more runs that they require. There's a small matter happening down in Cape Town, which I'm sure the cricketing world is keeping an eye on. The ACA T20 auction. That's happening down in Cape Town. You can find Cricket South Africa on socials. They will direct you towards that auction and even perhaps the SA20 Twitter handle to have a look at those squads. Chose around the wicket. Tried the stumps. You like this idea of him coming around the wicket?
Good bit of fielding. I wasn't too far off, and good running as well. Not sure what the reason is. He's got a slip in place, but I think in the first game I saw something similar. Just changing the angle, perhaps maybe looking to go across the right-hander for whatever reason. He may have something in mind. Oh, that wasn't too far off.
And now it's a 7-2 field.
What it will do, it's going to force him. Well, he can only bowl outside off, can't he? I mean, at this rate. Now, Better has an opportunity to.
No. Cannot bowl that line and you'll get away with that one. We'll get away with that one. Perhaps the idea is to go as wide as possible, coming around the wicket, forcing the batter to come onto his off stump and target the offside or the leg side boundaries.
Well, Kawana had an opportunity there. All he had to do was just have a flick the wrist, and because there's only two fielders on the leg side, back himself and flick it somewhere over the two fielders in the infield. Required run rate over 11 now. Shows 2.3 overs, not for 7. Now
it's those sixes. It must be those sixes. Because he was rocking back. It might be some back spasms. Takes his time to stretch his back again. Slight discomfort. Head side again, misses out. It takes an effort to put together that final over that he was able to dispatch. A lot on the body, intensity.
Now you can see he's not comfortable, is he? Certainly twisted something.
Albeit only facing 13, 14 deliveries. Ends the innings, back into the changing room, has a drink, and he's out bowling again. Past the bowler, airborne. Didn't get the hand out. So it is a quick game, T20 cricket. If you are those players who bat at the back end and then find yourself bowling in the power play, there's an opportunity. It does test your fitness levels. Required run rate. It will climb with every dot ball, climb with every single. Up in the air. Because it's been a quiet over, so he needed to free the arms, and it's taken inside the circle. That's the second.
Well taken. That went high, and there is a strong wind, so he had to steady himself, and he did very, very well here. Comfortably taken in the end. Jaho tried to go over the top. I think he would be probably better served if he walked across and maybe came down the pitch and looked to target the leg side. But he stood where he was and tried to hit the ball from outside off to the leg. And once that ball goes outside the line of your right eye, it becomes a difficult shot to play. He has gone for 1, 25 for 2.
Yeah, just on that, does it become then a premeditated shot because you know he's coming around the wicket and he's always pushing it across the stumps?
Yeah, you've got to premeditate it. So what a lot of batters would do is, as the bowler is about to deliver the ball, you walk across before he's delivered the ball. and then hoping he lands it in the same area. So you turn a ball that's outside off. Now he's on your pad, you can flick it through the leg side. And if he pushes it wider, then now you force him to change the line of his delivery and maybe even the length of his delivery. So a lot of batters now these days in white ball cricket will move around the crease, provided you move early and you can steady yourself. Your head's not bobbing up and down. Power play comparison, Botswana were racing away at 41 for no, and Mozambique 25 for 2.
Are you big on numbers? Because Mozambique is stuck on 25 inside the power play against Ghana, 25 for 1. Uganda, 25 for 4. And this afternoon, 25 for 2. You a numbers person? Superstitious?
Not really. But yeah, that's interesting. 25s.
Leg stump, please. That's leg.
Not a great power play score.
You like this tactic to give Wickets his 4 allocated overs now?
Yeah, I think if he's bowling well and with good control, then why not? He can bowl through. There's no real reason to hold him back. Only reason you would hold a bowler back is you feel you need him at a different phase or different stage of the game, maybe at the death. But if you don't need him at the death, then or maybe you may need him for a particular batter who's still to come, then you may as well just bowl him through if he's bowling well and he's found the rhythm, is keeping it tight.
Yeah, playing what's in front of you and not waiting and holding him back because you're anticipating that somewhere, somehow, these two or those to follow might have a partnership that might put you under some pressure. Then you go to your strike bowlers. Got to play what's in front of you.
Yes, the skipper Kosa is in. Philippe Kosa Antonio. He's the captain. So can they get a bit of a partnership going? They provided a mini little scare in their previous game. Against Uganda. And Kawana got 53, 37 deliveries.
Interesting to watch as the ball is drilled past the bowler. Just his bowling action. Wickets. That front leg as he's about to deliver the ball. They talk about the head being in front of the knee or the bowling leg, the front leg. Almost just darts it in, doesn't he?
He's bowling quite quickly at the moment.
7 gone, 27 for 2, where perhaps some bowling coaches would encourage him just to slow it down and push himself up first, and then look at that, almost folding himself in.
Yeah, he's quite low, isn't he? Look at that, have a look as he delivers as well. Look at that bent elbow. I'd probably encourage him to get a little higher over the front leg. But he bowls with good control, so I think there's certainly something to work with there. 27 for 2. 7 overs bowled, 17 for Francisco Kawana. And Philippe Kosa Antonio has just come in. He's the skipper. He got 46 not out in the previous match against Uganda. And Francisco Kawana scored 53 of just 37 deliveries. So these two can bat. Make no mistake, they look like they may be out of the game. Quiet run rate is above 12 now, but they can bat, these two.
Maposa. Lanky right arm medium pacer. Asks for the one slip. Asks for a long on. Mid wicket. Fine leg, third man. Deep cover. So he's got protection.
Whoa, he looks like he's got a bit of wheels on him.
He must have heard me say medium pace.
Started with the wide, but I tell you what, he looks pretty lanky. He looks close to 7 foot. And that ball flew through to the keeper. Have a look where the keeper catches that. That certainly is wide.
There's an interesting position where I'm not sure if it's a short third or a deep third slip behind the stumps. And there's a third man that they've employed. He certainly has pace about him, Maposa. Just needs to find a range. Fourth stump. Draw the batter forward. Hello.
He's a tall boy, isn't he? And well, those 3 deliveries quite far outside off stump. First one is a wide, but hitting the gloves quite hard. So can he get it a little tighter to off stump?
Yeah. Opens the blade. Might not be happy with the team seamstress, Maposa. Might not be happy with the team seamstress or the team manager. Perhaps didn't quite get his measurements right.
4 balls to come still.
Yeah, it's the range, so he probably can release it quick. He probably has the pace, but before pace, you want control. This is turning out to be a lengthy over. It's almost a lull now going on about where Botswana almost feeling like they're on top of this game at the moment, having picked up these 2 wickets. Mozambique won't mind these extras because it keeps the scoreboard ticking, albeit the run rate climbing by the ball. If he just finds his range. Huffing and puffing. The seamstress. How dare you? Knees, arms, looks pretty relaxed. Front arm, front leg, release. Lovely. Yeah. And you then wonder how often Kosa, Koana, and the rest have come up against such pace.
You're right. I don't think they would have faced at this type of pace. I just wonder, I wish we had a, what do you call the gun, speed gun that measures the pace. Probably be in the high 130s.
Four. From the minute it left the bat and past the man who's inside the circle as it runs away for 4. With that sort of pace, with bat to it.
Yeah, he's played this well, hasn't he? He's dug this out. He's also managed to open the blade. But have a look how late he's played this. He's played this almost in line with his back foot, so that's very well played. Credit to Kosa. Very well played. You can see the left foot to the front foot backing away, so he's very much a strong offside player looking to create room for himself. 3 wides in this over.
Rushes the batter, swabbles around and is hopping along and makes his ground, and perhaps he might just have injured himself with all that effort. And they're over, 8 gone, 36 for 2.
Yeah, still 150 runs required. Of the remaining 12 overs, it's a required run rate of 12.5 to the over. Botswana were 59 at the same stage. And Mozambique 36 for 2.
Right up over.
So bowling change. Dhruv Maisuriya. And he's the young bowler who picked up 5 wickets in the previous match against Ghana. 5 for 18 of his 4 overs. He was very impressive. Good control of his flight, drift, which he will probably get again today.
Hack, long on, starts with the wide ball, Dhruv.
Yes, juice, yes, juice.
Edge, overslip. So there's a chase. 2 men after it. As they pick up 2. No, 3, because there's a slight fumble. Will there be more? Yes, there will be more.
Sloppy work here in the field from Botswana. You've got to say they've run 4. There's a sloppy firstly down here by the slip, who fumbled the ball a few times. Then the throw came in. Wicketkeeper allowed the ball to go through, and nobody backing up. The fielder who was supposed to be backing up was catching a bit of a post-lunch siesta. Have a look at this, have a look at that. Oh.
Better turn. A better turn.
Yes, Bruce, yes, Bruce. Come, boys. Come, boys.
Looking for room on the back foot. Bottom edge, dot ball. Pressure mounts. And right now just creeping towards 13 and over.
Well played it nice and late. And he threaded it through the gap there, just beat the man at point. And the fact that he played it nice and late meant that he beat both fielders, beat the man at point as well as the deep extra cover on the boundary. Have a look at this nice side-on view. Played it late, that's a secret. With that stroke, and then a little bit of spin takes it even further away.
Extra bounce this time around. Taken neatly behind the stumps to end the over. He's first. 45 for 2.
Go, Ghana. Come, boy.
because all of them will finish on equal points. So a good win here for Botswana to throw the group open.
Well, it's good to see Kwane at the crease still. Called for him to try and bat the whole innings. It's probably a foregone conclusion, this match, so even more reason for him to try and bat it through. Doubt seriously he alone can win from here for Mozambique. I don't think there are too many batsmen in the world who would be able to do it from this situation. So why throw it away? Try and bat the whole innings.
Shot.
Absolutely right. The other thing is, if you don't get chances often enough to play these type of games on this type of a surface, then make best use of it, because it helps your growth. It improves your game. The more you're exposed to all of this, the better you can get. It's pretty clear, the more you play, the quicker you learn and you mature. Yes. Clear chance for a second, and well taken. Number of tall bowlers that we've seen throughout the tournament in most of the teams, and Maposa stands a good just above 6 foot, I reckon. So coming from a very high release point.
You think the length of those pants is by design?
Wait.
I reckon so, because it does have the number 7 on it, and 6 was worried about that it may be somebody else's. So maybe it's by design. It's possibly by design. He loves this, to back away and then plays through the covers, and you've picked it up early on in his innings as well when he got that 50 odd. He's so disappointed it didn't go through.
Good thing, yeah, he hasn't given himself too much room. Sets himself up. That finish is classic. As I said earlier, he's unorthodox. He's not the prettiest looking batsman, but he's got a good eye. Love to know where he learnt his cricket. Aslam, you spent some time near the guys. Love to know. If you have a moment, please ask him.
Certainly will.
Yeah. Keep up.
It was 2 from the moment they set off for the run. 12 gone, 62 for 3.
It makes me think that if you grabbed him as a young kid, yeah, 10, 11, it could have been quite exciting to see how he ended up and where he would be today. Kumar still top of the pile in terms of wicket takers. He's in action right now in this match. And then Kenya. That says a lot when you've got 3 of your bowlers in the top 5. Strong opinion that in this format it's the bowlers that win you matches, and at the end of it all win you the tournament.
It's true, all of them very impressive, as Hussein Manak was saying earlier. And Dhruv is not done yet. Joint top wicket taker at the moment with Yash.
Catch it! 1, 2, keep up! Wait. Get him! How's that? Yes!
That's good cricket by Kuana, because he was facing the fielder and turned to say no, and the batsman there, Emilio, was actually running with his back to the fielder, so clearly out of sight, and now it looks like he's hurt himself and trying to dive to get back into the ground. His bat was in the air.
Yes, that will be referred and be given out. A classic example of never turning blind. It was for that reason only, why he is run out. There's the confirmation. Watch the way he turns, Aslam.
Is he okay?
Goes for the big blow. The bat's in the left hand. Turns. Bat's in the wrong hand.
How about the throw that's coming from the deep? Dhruv didn't have to do much. It looks like he's landed very strongly on that elbow, and it's possibly jarred his shoulder, but he's out, run out. Good throw coming in from the distance, out for 8, 63 for 4.
Looks like he's been escorted off the ground by some security officials. It's the medics.
Yeah, both medics. Just judging by the fact that his left arm's not swinging, he's in a lot of pain. Santana Dima now joins Kuana. To not necessarily rescue the innings, but at least give it a semblance of respectability with just over 7 overs to go. Part of the contingent that are in charge of the coverage that you're getting right now, alongside Qasim Suleiman.
Kuana goes on to 30 for him, and that's come off, well, it's 31 now of 34 balls, and he hasn't had much of the strike lately.
Yeah, that's leg.
It can lead to your dismissal, being starved of the strike and anxious to get on strike. Missed that and you're out, but he hasn't. Kuana pushing hard now, he wants the third. No, good call not to challenge the arm.
Hey, there was that fine edge at the end. I'm like, you heard it.
Very risky first up, going so far across the line and behind square.
Just shorted. Yeah, fine, fine.
It's about the length. Dhruv, he can get it up there. You feel that he's in with a chance of getting a wicket.
Catch him, catch him, catch him, catch him inside! Yes!
It went up. It went just over the keeper's head. And in the end, he had to dive for it. He lost sight of it. Now he's top of the table with 7 wickets. It's worth watching because there's a time when the keeper has lost idea of where the ball is. And that's understandable because he's probably looking for it going square. He's actually... Someone shouted, we heard the call, catch it. Well, good for him. He realized it had to be behind him, picked it up and then had a dive.
You're right. He realized afterwards when he had turned that I'm the closest. I've got to get this one. Dima out for 2. Dhruv picked up his 7th, second of the match, 66 for 5.
I don't think I've ever seen a catch where whoever's due to take the catch, he's probably had a look in about 3-4 areas, and lucky it went high enough, so he had time to recover. That would have been very comical had he dropped it, because it went no more than a couple of meters and not too high, and between the keeper and the slip, no one would have got hand to it.
I'm also interested in the distance, because I wonder if that was a slip fielder or short third man in the inner circle.
Right arm over.
No, you're right, short third man at the point of the catch about to be taken. He was in that slip range.
Yeah.
Keep it up there, Drew. There's another wicket for you. Yep.
Hey!
Foot's up. My first impression, the foot was up.
Well, the keeper and the player that was in line, Muketsi, celebrating that. They think it's out. They agree with you. Let's get the side on view.
He's dragged it out. Now he's trying to get it back. And that is out. There we go. Had it been down, it still would have been out.
Tell you what, Drew is a class act, and at this level he's going to make most batsmen look or he's always going to find batsmen wanting against his class bowling. Beautiful flight, the perfect leg spinner's dismissal with a stumping.
Yes, and having a closer look at him, you can see the way the ball leaves the hand. It leaves it in the perfect position. The seam position has got to be right at a 45-degree angle, which allows everything, the drift, the bounce and the turn. Frederigo out for a duck, 66 for 6. If anything, the challenge for him against better batsmen will be his control of his pace. I think he's quite good in controlling his lines and his lengths. But probably find him bowling at that sort of pace at this level works very well. But top players are going to use their feet and playing through the offside. Just wonder, he's not a very strong young man. So getting stronger and being able to bowl it quicker and flatter when needed.
Man, I saw a bit of drift in there, man. Fantastic bowling. Really good to watch. And there's something else about him that I will mention to our viewers. 2 slips in position. As soon as he was done on the previous day with his match, having picked up 5 wickets, he brought the match ball for Daryl Cullinan to sign, took a few photos, and then hung on here and chatted away. 13 overs complete, 66 for 6. Those are his figures. 3 for 19 in 3 to add to his 5. So he's now the top wicket taker in the tournament, and that certainly doesn't surprise the pair of us in the commentary box. There's the confirmation, and as we heard, most of those are the quality spinners that we've seen on show in this tournament.
Well, please stop me if you've told the listeners, Aslam, that as a commentary team we'll be selecting our 11.
Yes, and we'll be announcing it on the day of the final or just after the final.
I think we should include Keith. Keith Lane, our statistician.
He will be consulted, I can guarantee you that. Because when we start getting the names together, he's going to need to put the figures alongside it. And then we can have our argument. And debates. Send your fee to 6.
Fee or CV?
Both of it.
White ball.
Oh, and it's going to run away to that fine leg boundary for 4 wides.
Just seems to have taken his foot off the gas here, Maposa. First 2 overs, he was definitely quicker and more better when it comes to his lines and lengths.
Well, they want to see the end of Kuana. So in striving to bowl that fuller delivery, he has strayed in line. And not that he's a threat, but removing him will hasten the end of this innings.
I think it may be worthwhile attacking him with the short ball. I'd like to see that. I'd like particularly to see how Kuana reacts to it.
Yeah. Wait.
I won't be surprised, Aslam, and I'll ask you again. When you ask Johanna where he learned his cricket, if he tells you that he's self-taught. Because you just look at that shot where you could never coach somebody that, but he's played it late, he's played it under the eyes, he's just at that last moment, he's opened the blade, he knows where he wants to push it. Very original, very unique.
Yeah, different, and I think it comes down to the 1 point you made. Wonderful eyesight.
His eyes weren't good there. Navika, he was late on it. Beaten for pace right through him. All gone a bit quiet here at Willowmoore Park. It's that stage of the afternoon. It's 10 minutes to 5. 6 down, but while we're here and this man's at the crease, it's worth spending time watching. What about a classic cover drive here? No one's back on the offside in front of square.
Yeah.
You see there, I mean, that's just played with ease, with bounce, and he's just at that last moment manages to nudge it behind square. No panic to it. I'm going to say the feet should be where they are, but he's just watched it lovely. Plays it beautifully under the eyes. It's one of the good basics, one of the most important basics about batting.
Absolutely, and to add to what you're saying is that it doesn't matter how you then eventually shape up, but if you judge the length carefully, you're always in position to get it right. And that's perhaps the other key to his batting.
Wait.
Bossa looks rather exhausted. He's bowled a number of full deliveries. His 2 short of length ones were pretty good. You know, this whole thing about getting across and getting to the pitch of the ball and playing straight, and the guys like Virender Sewa, given Tendulkar and Lara well, they showed us that as long as you're hitting through the line, your hands are in position quickly, your balance is right, it all works.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, Kuana's been helping the commentary team along as well. He's appreciated some of the stuff that's happened on the other end, and he's commented. End of the over, 14 gone, 75 for 6.
Let's get down, guys. Let's get down the pitch, guys. Let's get down.
Yeah, there's 51 dot balls, just 5 4s and 1 6 in that total of 75 for 6. Yeah, there's questions being asked about the fitness of some of the players we've seen, and the fact that they only play a lot of T20 cricket may have some, maybe a reason why we see some of them unable to perhaps last the length of the match. And I remember having a quick chat with the bowler that impressed us in the first game, Harshid, and Tanzanian bowler. And do you remember he impressed us with his swing and pace, and then when he came back in the second match he was flat, and I actually brought it to his attention that as a bowler you need to be fit. Good straight lofted stroke into the safe zone beyond the bowler.
Just picked up before that shot that Kuana said to Navicha. It was very demonstrative the way that he spoke to him, and this is straight to mid-off. So the captain there and Kuana just deciding that enough was enough. He was going to look to attack Dhruv, the spinner, and hit him down the ground. Never quite got underneath it, and far too flat, straight to the man who hardly had to move. Well, Dhruv's got a great opportunity here to get another fifer, 2 consecutive fifers, 2 days. I just couldn't quite get underneath it. Idea was right, looking to go down the ground. Easiest of catches, well held.
Well held, and I like this man's spirit. Even in a losing cause, his holdout in that manner is disappointed. 33 of 38, 76 for 7. Thank you, Francisco. You've entertained us. And hope to see you in the near future. A good front-on picture of this particular dismissal again just proved and shown to me that Dhruv really giving it a rip. Good bit of shoulder movement, which is so important from a leg spinner's point of view. And all that is, he's demonstrated all of the key aspects of good leg spin bowling. And let's just say, we keep saying leg spin, but he is a wrist spinner of note. Lorenko Simanko in to join Navicha. Diving to his left. That would have been his fourth of the innings. He's already picked up 3. Oh, he got his hands to it. What a pity.
This Mozambican side, just looking at as these batsmen have come in. It's the end of the over, but gives us a chance just to have a look at that attempted catch. Would have been a special catch. They look a very young team, Aslam. So it may have been a purposeful approach by their selectors to blood the youngsters with the future in mind.
9 wickets for him to go with his fifer. Takes him to the top of the tally. And if they get to the semi-final and final, he may be one of our early choices in that South African or that African 11. Time for a commentary change to take you through to the end of the innings. 6 Sachalelwa and Hussein Mana.
Thank you, Aslam. Thank you very much, Daryl Cullinan. A difficult task, a difficult target. 180 plus, the highest total in this tournament thus far. So it was always going to be a challenge, not just the top order, but also the middle order that was going to be tested of this Mozambican side. Quick single, and you felt they needed to do the damage in that power play, get themselves above 50 within the first 6 overs. But that wasn't the case. Opens the blade. Excellent fielding. Excellent.
Now you do feel, having a look at the 8 teams here, there's a definite gap between a few at the top and a few at the bottom, don't you? There's that gap's quite wide, and you suspect Mozambique, as energetic and as confident as they are, and they certainly giving it 120% effort. 16 overs bowled, 78 for 7. It hasn't been easy. There's a difference in quality, and I say that with the greatest of respect. We know the challenges that they face, but they're still a developing nation, and I think there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done, not only at this level, but I think that work has to be done from the age of 13, 12, 13 upwards. That's where you build the foundation of technique, awareness, all those type of things that you see lacking at the moment. 78 for 7, that's the scorecard. Kawana, 33 of 38 balls. He tried his best. Philippe Kosa, 10 of 16. And the rest, single figures. The attack, you have to say, was just too good for Mozambique today on the day.
And what you're talking about, you see it as they run for a single on the leg side of this field, as they show interest for a second with Lawrence Maitlan in the Ugandan side. And I mentioned him. I watched him during the warm-ups, the drills that he has, that he's brought with from his coaching experiences with the Lions and the SA Under-19, as this one's through mid-wicket. It almost helps you as a player, because you know your coach is one step ahead of you or two steps ahead of you.
Yeah, for me, I think firstly what these teams need is a lot of proper technical coaching, then awareness, and also mentoring. They need a lot of mentoring. So for me, that's a big thing. You know, the coaches that come there, whether it's a single coach or whether you get in a specialist fielding coach, a specialist batting coach, whoever comes in, all of them don't need to be full-time. You know, you could bring them in as consultants, come and go. But I do believe the ICC and oh, here's a little misunderstanding, maybe a run out. No, oh, they may even get an extra run out of it. All right, a lot was happening there, a lot of miscommunication and wires being crossed. All's good, all's well that ends well.
Squirts onto the offside.
Keeper.
They come through for two.
Good try, Mullah.
What role does Cricket South Africa have in Africa and improving the game?
No idea. I don't have a clue. I'm not involved at that level, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But we can certainly find out. And I do think that, you know, some of these players, some of these teams could get involved in playing in the South African semi-pro first-class competitions, or maybe calls competitions, and play against South African teams. It will develop them. Cost, of course, is a factor, and I think that has been raised. We had a chat with some of the administrators who are here from Kenya and Tanzania. And I know that was done in the past, where, you know, Kenyan teams came and played, Namibian teams came and played in the competition. And as recent as, I think, 2000, there was a Namibian team playing in the semi-pro competition in South Africa. 17 overs bowled, 87 for 7.
Yeah, you talk about mentoring. The auction is continuing down in Cape Town of this new T20 tournament in South Africa. To have one or two from each nation, just to carry drinks, just to help out with the balls. Day 6 tomorrow, Tanzania up against Malawi. What a match we have in match 2 on day 6, Uganda, Ghana.
I think they're both big games as far as qualification goes for the semi-finals.
And inviting one or two players to come to the tournament and perhaps spend some time with one of the teams for the duration of the tournament, not necessarily playing, but being part of the setup. Yes, it does come at a cost, but that's the role playing that Cricket South Africa would have. And you talk about varsity cricket. Do you add one team into the varsity cricket setup?
Yeah, look, I mean, the T20 competition lasts, what, a month? So personally, I don't think that's a long-term solution. It may provide one or two players or few players with valuable experience. So I think it's something that could be looked at. But certainly for me, there needs to be a longer-term, bigger picture strategy. And that strategy has got to be, you can have maybe a 2 or 3 year plan, you can have a 5-10 year plan, and a longer term. But the vision is going to be there. How do we develop and create a pipeline for cricket in Mozambique and Botswana, all these countries, and make them really competitive? So by the time a cricketer gets to the age of 18, 19, he's hitting the ground running. He can come in and score hundreds. They can come in and, you know, field, take catches. All the basics are taken care of. At the moment, what you see is a lot of the basics are not there. And to develop cricketers at this level is not easy. It's very difficult. So yes, you could take one or two of the quality players here and put them into T20 competitions, but that's not going to really help the development of cricket in all these countries. There needs to be a bigger picture strategy.
Thick outside edge. Pick up just a single.
What you really want is growth, and as you said, talking about universities, schools, you may find something interesting. There could be another positive, and the positive for me could be women's cricket. You may well find that if you look at women's cricket in for example, in South Africa, is lags behind men's cricket by a long way. Now, you could take a country like Cameroon and maybe even Mozambique, where men's cricket is just starting out and still at the early growth phase. 18 overs bowled, 92 for 3. And if you developed 92 for 7, that's a late afternoon graveyard shift. 33 for Kawana, 10 for Kosa, and 12 now for Nabicha. He's not out. And if you develop the women's game in some of these countries and start the growth women's cricket and men's cricket on par, and you develop them both together, you may well find that women's cricket could develop at a faster rate and be stronger in these countries than it is in many other countries.
Hey, how was that?
Upstairs, Nate behind the stumps, and a nod from the wicket keeper as he's confident he's got his man. Going upstairs, flight, looking for the big shot. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, struck the back foot and stayed there. He could have perhaps maybe pulled that foot back at some stage, but you can see it's a full swing, missed the ball, and that's out, I'm afraid. Nothing behind the line.
Decision, Mikhail. Still waiting for confirmation, and there it is. That's the 8th. 92 for 8 now, Mozambique. Writing is on the wall. Still requiring 94, but an easier equation. Botswana needing 2 wickets to wrap this up.
So Lorenko Simango, he's gone for 4 of 10. Mozambique 92 for 8.
I got it. Yeah.
Beautiful behind the stumps.
Yeah, good bit of glove work.
Fantastic camera work as well. Bernard, what do you have? Simango.
Yeah, the interesting story that Aslam Kota just whispered to me. Apparently Dhruv Maisuria, who picked up 4 wickets today, now the leading wicket taker, he was a medium pace bowler. He's going to be called a wide, and at some stage one of the coaches said to him that don't waste your time bowling fast or trying to bowl fast, rather turn to leg, because when he was getting tired in the net, he started turning his arm over and bowling some spin. Said to him, rather bowl spin, and the rest, as they say, is history. Now, was this another one of those where he's dragged the back foot?
Where I was sitting, from where we are sitting, that looks as clear as daylight. Another clean take behind the stumps. Batter eager to come onto the front foot, and he's gone.
It's a little closer than the previous one, but my initial view is telling me that that's out. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's out. Nothing behind the line. Yeah, that's gone. Foot slightly up, and even if it's down, it's still on the line. So that's out as well. Vinu picks up his 2nd wicket.
Has to depart. 93 for 9. I look at it again. Flight. And that's how you deceive the tail enders or the lower order batters. Beat them in the flight, draw them forward, and he has to depart for a duck. 93 for 9. And to echo what you're talking about when you talk about mentoring, coaches with a certain skill set and an eye to pick such up early on and to be able to help you convert yourself to be a bowler that we've seen thus far.
Agreed, absolutely. That is very important. So that looks like not a very happy change room.
Zephanius Machine. He's got his defences with him. And you talk about women's cricket, one sport as well that comes to mind that could be fast growing in Africa in terms of women's sport, netball. South Africa hosting the women's netball next year, World Cup. I really like that point you've just raised about T20 cricket, women's cricket in these association nations. That's up in the air. A little teaser.
Yeah, that's a little 60-degree wedge chopped over the infield. 19 overs bowled, 94 for 9.
Coming thick and fast as we look towards tomorrow. Day 6, Tanzania, Malawi. Just before 9:30. Uganda, Ghana, match 2 just before 2 p.m. That's going to be an exciting match and contest. Uganda up against Ghana.
Tanzania have won 2, Malawi have won 1, lost 1. Uganda have won both, and Ghana have won 1, lost 1. So a lot to play for there.
Right, final over. Vino has picked up 2. Can he pick up a 3rd? Botswana do want to get all 10 wickets here.
Talking about development in African countries, I believe Rwanda, there's a lot of good things happening. There's a beautiful stadium. And they say women's cricket is developing at the rate of knots. It's absolutely amazing the amount of work that's been done there. So Tanzania is looking good. Kenya probably not as at the place where they were a few years ago, but certainly still a quality side. You can see that. Malawi, there's good things happening. Botswana look good at the moment. So I think there's a lot of good work being done at the moment. Lots of room for improvement too. Bit of shape away for Abassi, beating the outside edge. They're looking for a single here. Not gonna get it.
A final delivery, well, legal delivery on day 5. What a day. And it's in the end. It's the final delivery. That is the final wicket for Mozambique. Top performance from Botswana. Clinical, assertive, outstanding.
Abassi picks up a wicket, and that wraps the game up. And the skipper appropriately takes the catch. He led from the front today, did the Botswanian skipper, Karabo Mtlanka. And so Machine is gone for 1. And they end up on 92 for 7. Bowled out in the 19th over, is it? 19th over.
Handshakes all around from umpire to players, because it's been another day where cricket has been played at a high spirit. Names have been made. Players announcing themselves in the international arena. Giraffe, one of them. Kawana, one of them. But at the end, these are the pictures we like seeing. No matter the defeat and the margin, thank you. That's what they'll be saying. Thank you very much as Botswana win this match by 91 runs.